Am I in? Am I
Hi,
in?
yes, you are. Hi, Israel. How are you?
I apologize. I've been doing a number of these interviews lately, and everyone's got different technology and different ways of accessing. And this
No, it's
this
a
one
whole new world in terms of technology. I can tell you that.
this was a new one for me.
Yeah, I mean, I do the program live stream, and then it downloads into a podcast, um, and it's kind of a different frontier than the old days when I used to be a talk show host. Everything was very formal, and when the train left the station and you weren't on it, forget it. Now it's a much more casual deal. So,
All right, good. So I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna take
okay,
it easy. And
listen.
thank you. My apologies. My apologies for being late.
Not at all. Don't pay any attention to my millions and millions of listeners. All right. So the book.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Hello. Oh no. Are you good? I'm good. I'm in. Oh no. Um, okay. Looks like I don't know. Looks like our host has gone. He's been transported up into the unknown space and place of media. Um, One second, all. Please hang on. I have a feeling. Oh, there we go. They returned him. The aliens brought him back. I'm not hearing you, though.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you. You're
Okay,
good.
so we're fine. All right. So I've introduced your book, your excellent book, and obviously this is very topical right now, given the fact that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is about to meet with President Trump tomorrow. We should get a handle on what is going on with that. But before we do, I want to talk a little bit of background here about the horrendous events of October the 7th of 2023, when Hamas launched that horrible barbaric attack on the state of Israel. How did that happen? Right under the nose of the IDF. I would love to get an answer to that. I understand it's a complex question, but here you have a sophisticated military, a sophisticated intelligence organization. I mean, if you believe the anti-Semites, the Mossad runs the world, and they certainly are powerful. How did they let this happen? This horrendous massacre right under their noses.
Charles, the question that you're asking is on the tip of the tongue of just about every person that I have talked to throughout my travels in Canada, in the United States, in Europe, in Australia, in Asia, I get around, and of course in Israel. And it's actually what prompted me to write this book, because this book is about 7 observations that I made that are observations in response to the question of how. I'm not saying answers because I don't know the answers. None of us know the answers today. We could make presumptions. I posit 7 observations that I have made, and that's what, sorry, it's right here. That's what the book is about.
I don't know. So
And
let's go
yeah,
through it.
so
What are your
I could tell you what the 7 observations are if you like. I could
I
list
would
them
like
off.
that. Yeah, please.
All right. So, you know, when the morning that I started writing the book, I have to explain to you sort of the psychological state I was in. I
Hmm.
was in Israel because my son is in the IDF and he was called into active service.
Hmm.
And my wife and I flew to Israel because we just needed to go. We needed to go. The hate, the anti Semitism, the protests, we were fearful, we felt unsafe, and we felt betrayed. And coming to Israel, we felt, I can't explain to you the envelope of love that we felt when we walked down the Tayelet in Tel Aviv. And we rented an apartment right by the Mediterranean, a beautiful place. And we decided we would spend some time in Israel because, of course, like I said, we were very concerned about our son. But we also wanted to do something. We wanted to help. And so we made several trips to the Tel Shemer Hospital to speak with young men and women who were caught in the crossfire of October 7, who lost legs and arms and horrible disfigurement. And we went there, and it was uncomfortable. It was not comfortable to be there, but we had to do it. We went to speak with these young people, to bring them sandwiches, to bring them hope. They actually gave us hope. These kids are unbelievable. They actually comforted us. And the other thing that I did in kind of just trying to understand it is I have many friends in the IDF, and some of them very highly placed. Mm-hmm. And I got permission to go to the border of Gaza. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to walk from the border of Gaza along the path that the terrorists took. And I came onto Be'eri. And when I got to Be'eri and I saw the homes and I saw the bullet holes and I saw the blood stains, it was a lot to take. But I'll tell you the one thing that just was too much. There's a tent. There's a green tent that's built just on the outskirts, just right there in someone's backyard on a park, a child's park. And that green tent, you've got rabbis and you've got anthropologists and you've got doctors. And what are they doing? They're sifting through ashes and they're testing them for DNA because, God forbid, a Jew should be buried with the terrorists who killed them. And it was too much for me. When I saw this, I broke down, Charles, I'll tell you. And I went home. I went back to our apartment in Tel Aviv. And it was a lot that day. And I went to sleep. And I woke up with a start about 4 a.m. I was in a cold sweat. And I sat there in front of my computer and I just didn't know how to let it all out. And I wrote the words, the letters HOW on my screen. And I sat there and I screamed and I cried. And I said, God, how? How did this happen? How could this have happened? And I started to journalize and I started to do a little mind mapping and I started to try to calm myself down by coming up with ideas. And I drew on my 30 years of experience in business and in academia and my studies in Middle East and politics to try to just capture something. And what I realized, Charles, was that the answer of how is not in a vacuum. It is not a simple answer. It is 75 years in the making. And I came up with the following observations because I told you I would tell you exactly what they were. So I'm going to list them off right now. But you'll have to read the book, and your listeners and your viewers will have to read the book to really get into the detail. I can't do this on one foot. So first of all, I thought about Russia and the United States in their East-West battle for dominance, how these two powers used the world as their pawns and out of this East-West battle came ideologies and came structures and came loyalties and disloyalties to countries who were used. And through this 75 years of this twisting and turning and this battle came October 7th. And I explain in my book exactly how that happened. And I draw the line and the journey of how that happened. The next thing I came up with was non-state terror proxies. These are organizations, some of them as big as countries. Hezbollah at the time had 100,000 troops amassed at the border in Lebanon. These are not countries. These are not sovereign entities. Hamas, thousands and thousands and thousands, 25,000 terrorists. In Syria, it's all over the place. Houthis in Yemen. all the way 1,800 miles away, non-state terror proxies. And who are these a proxy of? Iran.
Persia. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Iran, the regime in Iran. And if you want to go and follow all the proxies and all the money and all the funding and all the ideology, you take it right to Iran. The third is the funding of terrorism. $2 billion in aid money pours annually into the Gaza Strip, or it did. And the biggest scam of all is UNRWA. And what did they do, UNRWA, with the $1.6 billion they collected from Americans, American taxpayers, Canadian taxpayers? I'm paying tax so that my son can be in Gaza protecting a humanitarian corridor so that Gazans can be taken care of, protecting this corridor, this convoy of trucks, so that because it's being attacked every day and taken over by Hamas. And my son is there doing the humanitarian work that is required to give these people so that they have sustenance, while my country is spending money on the very people who are hunting and trying to kill my son. How bizarre that my tax dollars are going into that. But the funding of terrorism is really a subject matter that'll make you sick to your stomach. That you are funding terrorism, Charles.
No,
your neighbor is funding terrorism. Not knowingly, but through the complacency, through the stupidity, through the dissonance of the useful idiots that have been running our governments, and allowing these funds to flow through from everywhere, including, by the way, Israel allowed a lot of money from Qatar. Mm-hmm. They made a deal with the devil. It was called prosperity for peace. And many times Hamas had come into the crossfires of Israel, and Israel had to give up its defense because of its prosperity for peace policy. The Palestinian, this is number 4, the Palestinian refugee crisis. I call it in my book the non-Palestinian refugee crisis, because there is not a Palestinian refugee crisis by the very definition of the term refugees. There is no Palestinian refugee crisis. This is an invention of the UN. It's an invention of UNRWA. Mm-hmm. To perpetuate the victimization of Palestinians. What about the Jewish refugees in 1948? Over 850,000 Jews, nearly 1 million Jews, were threatened and many of them killed, and many of them were kicked out of their countries that they had been there for generations, in Iraq and Iran and in Syria. To punish,
they were absorbed by Israel immediately,
but they were refugees. The UN didn't establish something for them.
Let me just comment on that one briefly. I mean, they were absorbed by Israel right at the time of independence, when Israel really had nothing. I mean, they had no money, they had no resources, and they set up tents and they absorbed this population. And this is native.
Not exactly in 1948, but between 1948 and 1975 was that period of time where 800. But the Palestinians, and this is what people don't want to hear. Many of them left on their own accord. When the Arab nations lined up around Israel and said, "We're going to annihilate the Jewish people," they told people who lived there, "Leave your homes, go to this place called Gaza. We're going to take care of you. When we defeat the Jews and drive them into the sea, you can go back." Of course, we all know what happened. That did not happen.
No, and also, I think the Israelis also did drive a lot of them out. But putting that aside,
yes,
the fact of the matter is
there's actually some great literature on that, and there's a great book, The Promised Land, that talks about that. And I have to tell you, yes, it was a time of war, Charles. It was a time of war.
No, I'm not saying it to disparage, but I just would like to add as a little extra piece here that the native Arab Jewish population that became that settled in Israel. And these are people who lived in places like Iraq even before Islam, in fact, going all the way back to the days of Ezra, that they are, what you may call indigenous, I suppose, since that's a popular word on the left. The point is that Israel is not all European Jews. It's about half and half, and a lot of them have at this point intermarried. Speaking as a personal anecdote, my own cousin has 4 kids. Out of the 4, 3 of them married Mizrahi spouses. That's very typical in Israel. It's not all, from Europe. Not that there'd be anything wrong if it were, because after all, the left is very much in favor of immigration. Going back to your points.
Well, let me finish. I got 3 more for you, okay?
Please.
All right. So we talked about the Palestinian refugee crisis, which in my book shows a very well cited and researched argument to show you that there is no Palestinian refugee crisis. And I don't mean to be controversial, but if you read the book, you'll find out exactly why I say that. Extremely well cited. This is not my opinion. I'm taking much of what I do from the UN. Okay, number 5 observation that I posit that is how October 7th happened, and that is the syllabus of hate. It's what I call the syllabus of hate. For many decades now, we have been catering to a global jihad that has been infiltrating communities all over the world, creating a syllabus of hate on our university campuses, in our communities. And I'm not being, here paranoid or anything, because we've seen it. We've seen it. How do you think that these encampments and these protests, how do you think they happened overnight on October 8th? Suddenly there was
a lot of money pouring in from Qatar. And also, I mean, this is something that a lot of people, including a lot of liberals in my own family, in my own circles, people on the left, Jewish liberals, were shocked
really?
over.
Charles, there are Jewish liberals.
Oh hell, please! You and I both know it. The thing is that I wasn't at all shocked by it. To me, I've been talking about this for a decade. That the infiltration by the Islamic left, by the Islamists, and their sort of, to use the term, collusion, if you will, with the American left, it has to do with a demonization of Israel on 2 counts, I think. The first is that Israel is capitalist. It's the startup nation. It's a nation of opportunity. It's a nation where people can make something of themselves and they can advance.
And pure envy.
And there's nothing the left despises more than that. And the second is that Israel is Jewish. Even the most secular Israeli, it still has a certain spiritual mission that is understood almost inherently by the people of Israel, regardless of their level of observance, and that is the other demon for the left, that they despise that. They want to replace that with their own secular utopian fantasy. So it was very easy for the Islamists to market this for them and to bring them into this point of view.
And the point in my book, Charles, that I make is that as long as this syllabus of hate exists, there is going to be violence. There is going to be only one way that we can counter the syllabus of hate, and that is with violence. Unfortunately, because I am not a violent person, I'm very much a liberal centrist if I had to put myself along the spectrum.
Right.
And this is what pains me personally more than anything else. We must deal with the education of the next generation, of the generation of children. Okay, number 6, Israel's political system. Israel's political system is not serving its masters. It was in 1948, we had a more homogeneous society, and we adopted a proportional representation based on the British system of democracy. But today, in 2025, we're very much a heterogeneous society, and the system is proportional representation. And the fact that Israel does not have a constitution, and the fact that there isn't the same checks and balances that are in other successful democracies, Israel's democratic system, their electoral process, does not meet the needs of the people and puts the minority interest fringe parties in power. And this has to stop. because this is creating, and this is my seventh point and perhaps my most important point, and it's creating Jewish disunity. Israel was at a level of Jewish disunity never before seen since 1948. We had demonstrations, and I have to tell you, to the credit of Israel and the democracy in Israel, that people can demonstrate in the streets. They can demonstrate peacefully in the streets without fear of being imprisoned and without fear of the government, coming into their homes and taking them away. No, we are a very, very much a society of free conversation, of freedom of speech. We very much hold to that. But Jews were divided, and this is not the way of the land. And when Moses brought the people to the land of Israel, he warned the Israelites. He said one thing: if you do not respect each other, if you are divided, your enemies will come and they will attack you and they will achieve victory. But if you follow the way of the land in how you treat each other, then your enemies will never penetrate. Our enemies were watching, Charles. They were watching, and they saw the disunity over.
And I recall just before the attack, that maybe a year before, leading up to it, the disunity in Israel was really disturbing and obvious. And
it was.
Israel has held together during other times of stress because of the external threat and because people recognize that, they learned the lesson of the destruction of the temple when you had people break apart and literally have a civil war while the Romans basically went in and picked up the pieces. But yet you mentioned, I think, a very good idea, which is developing a constitution and maybe a strong presidency like we have in the United States. I mean, look at Donald Trump. He was just elected with a popular vote and electoral college. And that while you still have this dissension and people don't like him, it's something that people accept and that he's able to now function, fortunately so far.
So we definitely need a antidote to the future and the aftermath of October 7th. And I hope that people pick up my book, read my book, and listen to what I am recommending, because the wake-up call is exactly that. The wake-up call.
I mean, it would be a very contentious thing to put together a constitution because there are so many issues like the religious question and
not really, Charles.
No? Okay.
Israel has 14 basic laws, and we have developed those basic laws. The last law that was introduced 4 years ago to call the nationalism of Israel the Jewish state, to identify it formally as a Jewish state. We have basic laws. Those basic laws are in place of constitution. The problem, the challenge is that those basic laws can be altered, modified, changed, added with a majority vote. Whereas in other democratic institutions and much more healthier, it requires much more than that to change anything. So the problem is that Israel does not have a constitution, and it would take a majority vote of the Knesset to come in to establish that we need a constitution, but you need more than that. You need a second chamber. You need a separation between the presidency, or rather the prime ministerialship, and the parties, and you need to get away from this proportional representation where we have a slate of candidates that are chosen not for their abilities, but rather for their for the number of votes that they receive and for their negotiating skills at the table to get a seat
and their ability to finagle
government. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. People. On the one hand,
you have like the Arab Party, on the other hand, you have radical, religious groups. I mean, I think that you're quite right. I mean, it certainly would rein in some of the excesses of the judiciary,
yes,
which is a major problem.
Yeah. But don't make any mistake about it, because I spend a lot of time with Israel, and we are the lovers of life, and Israel is a village, and people care deeply about each other. I just think that we need some correction. We need some correction to a political process that is in badly need of some changes. And we need a constitution, and we have to be very careful. And Israel should, I hope in the aftermath of this, I hope that people recognize that the electoral system doesn't work for Israel anymore, that it needs to be changed. And I hope And many countries, by the way, have changed their electoral systems as their society has changed. This is nothing new.
Right.
And I hope that the Jewish disunity that has happened, and that I believe is one of the major observations I've made of how this actually happened, okay, is that people take that to heart, because we are a people. I'll walk down the street, you'll see people argue with each other, and then someone will stumble on a curb and fall. You'll get 20 people that will run to that person, and you've got a doctor and you got someone. Did you call this person? Suddenly everyone just drops what they have. It is unfortunate that person fell, but it warms my heart to see, because we are a village. I have to tell you, my son tells me he's a lone soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Charles. And he says to me, Abba, which in Hebrew is dad, don't call me a lone soldier. I am not a lone soldier. Every mother in Israel is feeding me. Every father in Israel is looking out for me. He says, don't worry, I'm well taken care of. And that is Israel. Don't even think for a moment, anyone who's listening here, for all of our problems and the chaos and the issues. And I talk about these problems because I'm a balanced, objective person, and I'm a political scientist at heart. And I talk about these things because I understand what the antidote is. But don't even for a moment think that Israel is this chaotic, unsafe place to be. Israel is love,
and it's unified. That's why they
must come to Israel. Everyone who's listening to this, you must come to Israel and experience it and live it for yourself. Come to the village.
And the Israeli people are very loyal to Israel, and which is why the enemy has never been able to infiltrate the inner circles of Israeli society like we have done.
Not until recently. It's unfortunate, but what happened here on October 7th took 2 years to build up. This is. You're talking about
to get back to our original subject. And by the way, your book is wonderful. I'm looking forward to reading it.
Thank you, Charles.
The Wake Up Call: Global Jihad and the Rise of Anti-Semitism in a World Gone Mad. It is available as a paperback on Amazon.com.
It's also available in as an ebook, and it's also available as an audiobook, and it's available now. We just released the hardcover copy.
Excellent. So you've got all the bases covered. What happened, though? How did they do this under Israel's nose? I mean, I'm talking practical here. I want to know. I tell you, have to roll over this. I mean, not that I'm here sitting in comfort of Boston, so it's easy for me to say, but somebody really screwed up here. What happened?
Well, it's not just somebody. It's a policy. There's two major reasons, and I talk about it in the Wake Up Call. And first of all, Israel pursued a policy of prosperity for peace, which required them to compromise themselves and turn a blind eye. I don't think anyone ever expected Hamas to build up the way they were building up. But they were told in no uncertain terms by the U.S., if you do not allow this to happen, if you do not allow unbridled humanitarian aid to cross into the border, we will stop sending you arms. We will stop. They held them hostage. There is a manipulation of the American people not of the American people, my apologies, I'm sorry, but the former United States government was playing both sides, trying to dance at two weddings, and manipulated and managed. And this is a problem. There's a major problem. We are a sovereign nation. Israel is a sovereign nation, and yet we are undermined by some codependent relationship. Then that has to stop. And I believe that the pursuit of the peace for prosperity compromise was Israel made a terrible misjudgment, a short misjudgment, and allowed for the Biden administration. I want to tell you something, and I'm not a very political person, but I hold the Biden administration directly responsible for starting their funding again to Iran. They funded Iran, funding of terrorism, forcing them not to inspect goods. Israel had a very strict policy of inspecting everything coming in. We couldn't inspect goods. We trusted in the UN. We trusted in the United Nations.
When Gaza already had fired thousands of missiles into Israel, and it's kind of a known fact that Gaza, which was handed over to the Palestinian Authority on a silver platter, in 1995 by Ariel.
No, in 2015, Charles.
Thank you. Hand 2000. No, I think it was 2005, wasn't it?
No, 2000, and yes, I'm sorry. My apologies. Sorry,
No, that's okay.
2005.
And
And
it was handed over with money pouring in from all over the world, including the United States. They had every opportunity to create a peaceful, sovereign.
they took that money. They created over 300 miles of tunnels. Do you know how many miles of tunnels exist in Paris? 147 miles. Do you know how many miles of tunnels exist in Manhattan? Far less than 300.
It raises the question in my mind: how many tunnels are there now?
It's a game of whack-a-mole. That's how my son describes it.
It's take years to get rid of it.
This is, listen, Trump's idea of moving everybody out so that we can clean up the mess. This is a good idea. It's a practical idea. And unfortunately, once again, we're caught in this compromise that we have to make for a very bad deal that's on the table. A very bad.
Let's talk about that, because first of all, I mean, I don't think it's a terrible deal, because once they get the hostages out, assuming that they do, then the Palestinian side has lost their leverage, and Israel could go in and blast them to hell.
But they are using this to further humiliate, dehumanize. Listen, Charles, we're getting our hostages out. And Israel, the Israeli people, the Jewish people, first and foremost, life is
right. It shows
preservation of life is everything, and we will not.
It's not good PR for them to show that they've held these people, and this is how. I mean,
they don't care.
I know they don't care, but the point is, I don't think that we need to.
There's organizations who are out there right now today protesting, pro-Hamas calling them resistance fighters, feminists.
Well, I want to get into that subject separately, because they've always said that. I mean, I had on an Arabist on my program who I said, look, they're firing missiles, the terror tunnels, the gas balloons, and he said, oh no, that's resistance. Resistance. First of all, obviously, Gaza was completely under the control of the Palestinians. What are they resisting? But putting that aside, the fact is that they are now at a point, get my train of thought here, that Trump is saying two things here. First of all, he's saying get them out and have them transferred to the Sinai or to Jordan, and which I think the Sinai would be a wonderful potential place for a Palestinian state outside of Israel. And if anybody can do it, it's Trump. Look what he just did to the president of Mexico and Canada. He got them to completely capitulate.
Listen, I'm in Canada, by the way.
Okay, then you know what I'm talking about. They have completely capitulated in the face of Trump's using leverage and economic pressure. Now they're doing everything Trump's asked them to do. Same thing with Panama now. Rubio is there. They're shutting down the Chinese bases at the Panama Canal. I'm just saying that if anybody can do this, it's Trump.
I think the guy he walks the talk, okay, and he's doing what he said he would do, and he's no nonsense, and we need that right now, because this fuddling of your previous administration, who tries to create moral equivalency and dancing at two weddings and dancing and being two-sided, that doesn't work anymore. We can't can I say, okay, we can't bullshit anymore, okay? We got to deal with it. But I want to talk about the current ceasefire and hostage deal. We both know that it's a very bad. We're negotiating, Charles. We're negotiating with terrorists. We're negotiating with the lovers of death. We're negotiating. Look who we're negotiating with. We're negotiating with freaking animals who just want to blow themselves up. Okay,
and that they're teaching that kind of hatred to their children. I saw comments from one of the release.
So there's no good faith actors in any of this.
No. Which gets me to the second part of Trump's proposal, which is, I think, problematic, and that is that he wants to bring in the Abraham Accords nations like the United Arab Emirates, maybe Saudi Arabia if it joins, to govern Gaza and to pour money into Gaza to create beautiful, beautiful estates and hotels and resorts.
I think it's an interesting proposition because many of these countries who have achieved wealth, okay, like my son says something, and I thought it was very funny and a little bit controversial, but I'm going to say it anyways. So don't, no one come after me.
Go for it.
Eitan says to me, he says, Abba, he says, there's no Allah when you own a Bugatti. And it just, I got to tell you, it just made, I got to quote my son on this because it made me very laugh. It laugh a lot, made me very laugh. Okay. It really, really made me chuckle because it is true, right? That we want to believe that anyways. We want to believe that.
I'm not sure. I might push back a little bit.
I hear you. I hear you.
All it'll take is one bomb in that beautiful, beautiful resort, and the Hamas will come back out of the woodwork.
Well, no, I think there has to be some very critical lines drawn over here. Hamas, the Gaza Strip has to be completely demilitarized, and I talk about this in the wake up call. That is a non-negotiable, and there must be a democratic institution, and civil liberties must be restored to the people. And most importantly, the syllabus of hate needs to cease and desist. There must be for a period of time, an approved educational protocol, and there must be a legislative definition of hate. And we're going to have to come down hard on the criminals over there. And they are criminals. They are murderers, rapists, thieves, any way you cut it. And we got to come down on them, and we've got to show, and there cannot be any mercy to that. I'm sorry. There is no compromise to that. We will rebuild. We should rebuild it. It is a strip of land. It is a beautiful, the Mediterranean.
Yeah, it's like the Riviera.
It could be.
I think we might be overreaching if we think we're going to get rid of the syllabus of hate in that country. I'm telling
you,
of course, but I don't know. I mean, I've heard people say, and I'm not here to endorse this at all, but really the only solution to the Gaza issue is that the Arabs have to go, because they're not going to change. It's like dealing with, I'm sorry to use a derogatory term here, and I don't mean it otherwise, but it's like a rabid dog. You can't cure it. It has to be shot. And I'm not. I'm not calling anybody to be shot.
My emotions.
They can't be there unless Israel is not going to have a peaceful border there.
Charles, my emotions agree with you. My anger agrees with you. I've seen the videos. I've watched everything that happened. And I would say to you, in this moment of us talking about this, that it's easy for me to agree with you. But my moral compass can't agree with you.
Well, but I'm not saying that. I'm repeating what other people have said. I actually don't.
I hear you, and I hear other people. But ultimately,
and
Charles,
I'm not saying anybody should be killed. I'm saying
from history. I want to make
an expulsion. That's all.
I want to make a very clear point here.
Yeah,
we know historically, if we look at the world for the last 5,000 years, it never fails. The cycles never fail us. Hate, violence is not a long-term strategy. Violence will always turn the tide. At some point, you get build up a resistance.
Well, it can be done humanely and not violently.
But the only long-term solution here to protect society from itself and to protect lives is somehow finding a way to legislate peace, love, and coexistence and respect. Ultimately, that is, and I am. Call me naive. I have to tell you, I've written the book.
Right too, but President Eisenhower once said, "You can't legislate a man's heart."
Look at my son says, I come back to Eitan because he is an active IDF officer, and he says to me, better that their mothers cry at their children's graves than our mothers cry at ours. It's a very difficult reality for us to deal with, and this is true. Better that we unfortunately, and Golda Meir said it. Golda Meir said she does not blame the Arabs for the wars against Israel. She blames them for turning our young people, our young boys, into killers by going ahead and being forced And I write a chapter in the Wake Up Call called The Impossible Situation. It's a very interesting chapter where I list a number of different things. And I'd like to tell you about some of those things that I list if I can. And I talk about 10 points that are possible, the impossible situation that Israel has been put into. And they are as follows. Number one, Israel values life, Hamas values death. Number two, there is no clear delineation between military and innocent civilians in the Gaza Strip. The population is radicalized under a theocratic, violent regime, and the majority of people in Gaza demand and celebrate the total destruction of Israel. This is the impossible situation we're in. Number three, Hamas uses civilians as human shields. They hide underneath hospitals. They hide in schools. They put their tunnels and all of their missile launchers in these places. Number four, Hamas is a direct proxy of Iran. You want to get rid of Hamas? You got to get rid of Iran. They got to be taken out, Charles. That's it. You want to talk tough over here? I'll talk tough about Iran because the Iranian regime is a snake that hides in the rocks and controls much of the terror that's out there. Okay, number five, Hamas violates every human rights abuse, and yet it is Israel that is pinned constantly under a microscope and charged with these violations. Number six, Israel is in a state of constant self-defense. If the Jewish state does not dismantle the terror and defend itself, it will be destroyed and all of its citizens murdered. Number seven, anything the Jewish state does is highly scrutinized and almost always in a negative light. That narrative of the media, of the wokeness, of the left, of the manipulation under the guise of humanitarian must cease and desist.
Especially
Number eight, Hamas plays on the Western world's naivety and does so to further their agenda. They leverage our moral compass for their own evilness. Number nine, Israel recognizes that bribing peace for prosperity did not work. Western societies continue to make this underestimation. Arab countries knowingly and continually allow for the flow of goods that will arm Hamas. That is why I say in my book, A World Gone Mad, because MAD stands for mutually assured destruction, a concept that we all know between the East and the West battle that worked. As long as you've got enough arms that you can threaten their existence, no one will push the red button. That leverage and that concept does not apply with the lovers of death. There is no MAD. There is no mutually assured destruction. These people are bent entirely on death. And how do you deal with that? That is what I mean by an impossible situation. Okay, number 10. What is the impossible situation that Israel is in today? Israel is highly dependent on the United States. The majority of decision-making regarding military response or the aftermath of this war will be highly influenced by whether the U.S. allows or disallows certain plans. I am really, really happy that Trump has made it back into power. I am not happy about the whole tariff situation that's going on, but I'll let people who are smarter than me deal with that. Mm-hmm. But so fortunately, perhaps for the next 4 years, Israel's going to be in a good situation. But what happens when the next democratic liberals come to the table and decide that they know better and they know what to do? Israel is a sovereign nation. We should not ever be put in a position where we need to compromise our security or our survival to the whims of the next president. And somehow that partnership must cease from being co-dependent, and we must exist independently aside and outside of that influence. And that is the impossible situation that Israel finds itself in.
There we go. Okay. Yes, I agree. Israel is a sovereign nation. They can't be pushed around by anyone, including the United States.
It's not feasible. It's not practical. No, it doesn't work.
It'd be good if Israel weaned itself away from American aid too, but that's another subject. As long as Israel has military needs, and
yes, but Israel is a stalwart for democracy and for the U.S. in the region. There isn't another place. So the U.S. should be paying for that.
I agree, but I think that Israel, it's actually, I mean, not to get into a big subject, but it's not in America's interest. Israel has its own interests, its own sovereignty. It does whatever it needs to do to help ensure that, including work on an international level, and I totally support that. The Trump executive orders that he signed in the first day of his tenure included cutting all funds to UNRWA, thank God. I don't know how it is that Biden had continued that, especially after the attack.
Especially not after the attack, Charles, but especially after Israel showed, without any question, evidence of UNRWA employees that were involved in the October 7th attack. They named 12 employees. Now, I got to tell you what these people get paid. UNRWA's CEO gets paid over $750,000. CEOs of profitable corporations. The U.S. president doesn't get more than $400,000. This schmuck's getting $750,000 a year. It's big business. Do you know what people get paid in UNRWA? They get paid $236,000 in a place where the top salaries of those people are $10,000 for the year, $40,000 if you're lucky.
The two guys who are head of Hamas are worth each $2 billion each.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go there, but I will tell you that, I don't think they can spend their, the one thing is a dangerous job. They're not going to spend their pensions. But yes, Sinwar had millions of dollars packed away, and they all had big money packed away. And where were they? They were investing in Western real estate and technologies, and this is like the irony of it all is that they
pushing it away from
to America, but not when it comes to my investment.
Now, of all of those executive orders, all of which I completely agree with, and it was about time. There's one that has been a little controversial among some liberals, and so I want to ask you about it. That ended the embargo on Judea and Samaria and the settlements, what generally is called the West Bank, quote unquote, and that there's some concern among liberals that I talk to that this means a green light to some of the more excessive aspects of those settlers with regard to their Arab neighbors.
Okay, Charles, I'm going to answer that. I'm going to tell you a couple of things, right? First of all, remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
Okay, first of all, remember I told you I'm a bit of a liberal centrist and I'm a humanist, and I told you the violence, I don't like it. But you know what pisses me off when I'm in Israel? When I'm told that I need a license to build a house somewhere. As a Jew, I'm discriminated against. If I want to build a house in Ramallah and call it my home, actually, the real estate's much more reasonable over there. Why couldn't I do that? Why couldn't I build No, I can't do that. That pisses me off. I think that is discriminatory, and I should file a human rights complaint for not being able to do that. Of course, my wife wouldn't agree with doing it. I got to tell you, my kids would think I was crazy, but the point is just to prove a point.
But a Jew should be able to live in any city and town.
Exactly. Anyone should. Now, let me tell you something about Judea and Samaria. Okay. Yeah. First of all, you have to understand the historical context of Judea and Samaria and how Judea and Samaria came to be, right? So that's another story for another time. But the point is that after the death of King Solomon, okay, and after his son, there was some disagreement amongst his sons, and eventually the country split and was divided. And of course, that was the beginning of the downfall of Israel. But that we've talked about that in Jewish disunity. When people think about Judea and Samaria, they really got to go to Israel to understand it, because it's not like okay, Gaza has a border around it, right? So there's Israel and then there's Gaza. It's easy. It's a defendable border. It's a defensible border. Judea and Samaria is like a winding road through Israel. Okay,
it's the heart of Israel.
It's so difficult to imagine when you drive through Israel. You can drive right up against sort of the walls that protect Israelis from the several terrible incidents that have happened, but it winds through Israel. There's no consistency in it. Okay, we need to, what happened after 1948? First of all these Arab nations attacked us, and we ended up with the UN partition agreement of 1948 that established the borders of Israel, which didn't make a lot of sense because half of Jerusalem, including the old city and the holy sites of the Jewish people, were considered part of Jordan. Now, keep in mind also that in 1967, when Israel miraculously was victorious in taking over finally all of Jerusalem, it was a dump. Okay. In all those years, Jordan did nothing to improve the lives of these citizens. Jordan did nothing to preserve the historic. Do you know that Israel is the only country in thousands of years since they were last in control of the land? And you know, Israel, the Jewish people are indigenous to Israel.
Of course.
Other thing, do you know that they're the only, that we have restored all religious sites, all sites for Jews, for Muslims, for Christians? If you ever walk, really, it's the most phenomenal thing to walk into the gates of the old city of Jerusalem.
Oh no, I've been there.
You see them all, and Israel protects them. We protect all of our religious cousins and different religions. We protect them. But here's the thing. We took over the Golan Heights. Why? Because Syria kept on attacking us. They had the high position. They kept on lobbing bombs on the people down below.
Yeah, exactly.
What can you do? Every country, no one talks about countries who create barriers to protect their sovereignty, right? But the thing is about Israel, of course, is discriminated and under a microscope, and people try to find fault with everything. Israel does things strategically. They have done things strategically. They have not annexed these lands for international reasons and also practical reasons, because that would offset the demographic balance of Israel in ways that would be unacceptable for the democracy. So it's a very tight situation. I talk about it again in the impossible situation that Israel's in. But the idea of calling it the West Bank or the occupied territories is an insult. It's abusive. It's discriminatory. And it's outright, dehumanizes Israel and places Israel right away into a position as a, as a country that is actually.
It's really part of the propaganda, and I've seen maps.
It's part of the evil narrative out there. Judea and Samaria is Judea and Samaria.
That's the generic name for it. Has been for thousands of years.
That's right.
I saw a map recently of Israel before the '67 war, and the region was called West Jordan.
Right.
East Jordan. Yeah, West Jordan. So I mean, this whole thing really made
it's up. The media. The media comes up with these names, and people like to use language that at the end of the day is there for one reason. It's to detract from what the real reason is of why they're using these names.
To delegitimize.
I'm very much in favor of, you know what? He wants to name the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. He's got his reasons for it. Good luck. He wants Panama, whatever. He wants Greenland. But I'm very much in favor. It's Judea and Samaria. Call the land by what it is. That is what it is. That's been known in the Bible.
The other is an agenda to delegitimize. I agree with that. Even the word Palestine is a delegitimizing of Israel. Israel declared its name as Israel upon independence in the same way that Rhodesia became known as Zimbabwe. It's just it's a term that was used at the moment of independence, and that the term Palestinian used to describe Jews. I mean, my great aunt had a big coffee table book with the big word Palestine across it. And then under was the land of Israel inscribed. It's just, it's a Jewish term, actually. I mean, that they've expropriated. Anyways, Israel, listen, God willing, you're doing God's work here. Great book. I'm looking forward to reading it. I'll have you back. Maybe we could talk as I read. And I urge others to do as well. Israel, let my listeners know how and where they can get your book.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to tell you that you can go to israelellis.com and learn all about me and learn about who I am and the books I've written, as well as the businesses they operate, and get to know me. And please register for my Substack articles and register on our account. Please register so that we can be in touch with you. And the wake-up call was all about creating conversation like we're having today. Charles, we've had a wonderful conversation today. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate this. And the other thing is that you can buy the book on Amazon. Now, here's something that's recently happened. Talk about censorship and the betrayal of the Jewish people and everything. Amazon recently has disallowed the marketing of any books that relate to 10/7. And I've had publishers come to me. And this is what they've said. The events of 10/7 are still being debated. Really?
Amazon's very tricky in that way. And they disallowed my marketing, my book, which is called The Anti-Semitic Imagination.
So then you understand what I'm saying. So I'm asking people, this is what I'm asking people to do. We're not selling the book directly. We want you to buy it from Amazon. And we want, and I mean, the Gonoffs are probably taking all the money anyways, but listen, we want you to buy, and we want you, when you get your book, you got to do me a favor. Okay. This is not a money maker for me. It doesn't, thank God, I don't need to worry about that. This is about a purpose. It's about a calling. It's about a message that I'm sending out there to people. I want them to understand a well-researched, well-cited, extremely well-footnoted document that will provide people with the education, the understanding, the background, and also to provide comfort to those of you out there who feel the pain and have been isolated. That's what the book is. Please, please review the book. Review the book on Amazon. I need you to do that because that's the only thing that's going to counter their marketing censorship. They are silencing us like other. It's bizarre. You wouldn't know about the betrayal unless you were inside the loop.
It's an algorithm thing. I've been dealing with it for years. It's
Amazon.com.
I think it's going to change under Trump, by the way.
Sorry?
I think it's going to change under Trump.
Sure, everyone's changing. Trump came to power. You had the guy from Facebook. Everyone's running to the emperor. They all
of a sudden they're like got bowing there when in fact they go zzz, zzz, zzz,
they said on Facebook they actually came out with a statement that from the river to the sea is not a hateful comment. From the river to the sea, what does it mean? It means we're going to push the Jews from the river right into the sea, everything in between. It's called genocide. They want to murder all the Jewish people.
And the sad thing is that some of my Jewish friends had children that were part of that. But that's another subject.
But you know what? I got to tell you. So Zuckerberg, he comes out with this and he says, no, it's not hateful contact. We don't DEI. We support this. We support that. Trump gets to power. And he's there sitting beside Trump, sitting beside the king. I hope he's got good knee pads on because his knees are going to get scraped. I'm really worried about the boy.
Capitulation on their part. All right, Israel.
Get the book. Okay,
the book.
Call by Israel Ellis, Global Jihad and the Rise of Anti-Semitism in a World Gone Mad. You won't be disappointed. It'll really answer a lot of the questions. It'll answer the observations. Please, let's create discussion. Get in touch with me. Get in touch at israelellis.com. Let me know what you think of the book, how you want. And if you want me to come and speak to your church, to your synagogue, to your community, to your campus where your children are students, I want to do that. Please organize an event. I don't charge any money for it. I come at my own expense because I want to spread the message. I want to answer the questions. I want to dispel the lies. I'm sick and tired of the narrative, of the untruths. And thankfully, I can afford to do that. So I want to go out there and I want to make sure that the message is very, very clear, that people understand exactly what the Jewish state is going through, what Jewish people are going through, what the lovers of life are going through. We, in America, in Canada, and all free places, we need to fight the global jihad. We need to make sure that it stops because you know what? And Charles, I'll say this too. January 1st in New Orleans did not just happen by a lone wolf and a coincidental attack of someone going crazy. No, that is exactly what jihadism is about. That is exactly what is coming directly from the Iranian regime, and that's got to be stopped. We got to see. You got to understand it, but to stop it, you have to understand, and that's why you got to read the wake-up call.
All right, Israel, you're a truth teller. And you're making a great contribution to the Jewish people and therefore the people of the world. So thank you for what you're doing. And
thank you, Charles.
It's been a pleasure having you on. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Take care.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Monday through Friday, I'm doing this thing now. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, roughly for an hour or so, all depending on what's going on. And my guest is Amber May. Amber May is the host of The Amber May Show. She's a creator of the online education program Podcast Like a Pro, which teaches aspiring podcasters how to build a successful podcast. She's also a fellow Sun Devil. And Amber has a headline here from her publicist. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump's return to the White House? Before we go there, Amber, and thanks so much for joining me.
I'm so excited to be here.
Okay. I just want to talk a little bit about this incredible institution that you and I are both dabbling in, and that is podcasting.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's a very democratic institution in that really anyone now can host a podcast. All you need is a laptop, maybe invest in a good mic and a good camera, not expensive, and get a platform. And you can invite people on, you can talk to them, see them, hear them, have it go live on your social network where it can be seen by all of your friends and colleagues and members of your network, and you can build a program. Do I have that right?
Absolutely right. I mean, when I first got into journalism, I was interning because when you're in journalism school, you end up interning, and I ended up interning at the local Fox affiliate here in Phoenix.
Mhm.
And it wasn't even that long ago. It was like early 2000s, and the way they did broadcast then, there was no way you and I could do a show like we're doing now because the equipment and the technology just wasn't there. I mean, their editing back then was beta tape to beta tape. It wasn't even digital editing. The
Right.
digital editing just started becoming a thing back then. And they had one editing bay for the promotion side that was digital. But the news side was still beta tape to beta tape. So everything is just really rapidly changing in the last few years. So now anyone can be a content creator. It's amazing.
Yes, I mean, back in the day, for a while I was doing talk radio in Greater Boston, where I live, and it was all very planned, and you had to be there at a certain time, and there's a whole office there with everybody kind of controlling everything, and it was sort of, there was definitely free speech in a way, freer than we have on online, by the way. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
But it was still very curated. It was a different style of communicating. It was very kind of formal. And, it was very limited in terms of there was just so many slots in any city or town that you would get in. Whereas now you could have millions and millions of people doing programming and having influence. And, before we go further, I want your headline, which I think is quite provocative. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump? That in the old days, Trump would never have won re-election because he was being censored, including online, but they were not able to completely suppress President Trump's message, and that's why he was elected. The media, I think they would acknowledge it pretty much, was viciously anti-Trump.
Mm-hmm.
All of the mainstream media, even Fox News to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
And they just really dismissed him and attacked him, but it didn't work. And I think the reason it didn't work was because of people like yourself and others who got up and gave all sides of the story. And that includes the anti-and pro. And that's where freedom ended up residing. And in spite of huge efforts to censor that, I, like a lot of people, I lost my YouTube channel because I had a doctor on my program, very respected, internationally known doctor, who suggested that pregnant women and children should not get the COVID vaccine. For that, I lost my station. Okay. I'm not alone here. I'm not, that's how it is. For various reasons, we can speculate that is a hot button for YouTube, and they don't allow any comment on that, on the vaccine. But and obviously they took President Trump's Twitter account away, where he lost, I think, upwards of 50 million followers. So they really did try to crack down on the internet, but it failed because of people found other ways to do it. In my case, I reestablished the program on Rumble, and like you have a great Rumble station, by the way, Amber.
Thank you.
And I then found all these other stations as well, Rockfin. I mean, there's a bunch of them out there. So I was able to continue on, not at the same level as YouTube, but still enough that I could still do what I do and have a level of influence.
You hit the nail on the head. Everything you just said was right on. They did the same thing to me with YouTube. I started gaining followers like crazy. Started talking to them about the Maricopa County election.
Oh boy.
And then I started talking about COVID on top of it. Oh, they didn't like that. They shut me down right away.
Yeah. And the Maricopa County was another hot button.
Yes, it was.
Could not talk about the forensic audit. You couldn't talk about, Kerry Lake, right? I mean, all that stuff was censored like crazy, but it didn't work there either. Well, it did work against Kerry Lake, okay, but it didn't in the bigger picture work because President Trump came back, and now maybe Maricopa County might finally be investigated. Maybe they'll get to the bottom
of that. That's what they're saying. I'm part of the Maricopa County Republicans here in Arizona, and our county board of supervisors said that is one of the things they are planning on doing is doing a deep dive on our election system. Our state legislators are very much in favor of that. And of course, our Arizona GOP chair is also in favor. So I see good things happening as far as the election front goes.
Well, that would be amazing. I hope that maybe you get the Department of Justice under Pam Bondi involved.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh my God! I mean, to have really it's a national scandal, and the whole world saw it.
Oh yeah.
I have now that we're on that topic, I have a quick question about that. Besides the 2022 election, when the machines didn't work in the Republican precincts, and the paper that they used had been created by a very partisan printer, and that it didn't fit in the machines. I noticed that about a year ago, when there was a special election in Maricopa County, not to get into a controversy, but why not? There was a national incident, some kind of a readjustment of Google, where different computers were having problems for about a day, including, like, I think at airports in some cases.
There was a cyber attack.
It was because I happened to be in New York that day, and we were staying at a hotel, and our hotel couldn't get their computer functioning, and they couldn't open doors, so they had to do it manually. And it was something that happened all over the United States. But I seem to recall that Maricopa County, coincidentally, was having a special election that day, and they had to shut down all of the electronic computers.
For a time they did, yeah. They were eventually able to get them back up going again, but yeah, it did affect some of the machines on the election. So yeah, that was a thing.
Well, what that tells me, I mean, not to state the obvious, is that those machines were online. Otherwise, why would they have been affected?
That's what I've been saying for a long time. I want them to do a real deep dive. They say the machines are not connected to the internet. I went to McTech, which is where they supposed to tabulate the votes. McTech staff is telling me they're not connected to the internet. I honestly believe that they think that is true. I don't think they are lying to my face. I think they genuinely believe that to be true.
Well,
however, I don't believe that to be true. So.
Well, I mean, how do you explain it? I mean, if they weren't online, why were they affected by this bug? Of course they were online. They had to have been. I mean, it's obvious. And of course, people like myself, when you mentioned this in the 2000 election, you were like demonized.
Oh, yeah.
You almost seemed as a subhuman for even suggesting it. But it turned out to be true. Anyway, let's go on to talking about podcasting, because you actually are teaching people how to podcast, which is a great thing. You offer your services online in that regard. You have a website called Podcast Like a Pro. It's part of your Amber May Show website where you can hear your podcast. So let's talk about that. I mean, what is some basic information that we can share with my audience about how to do a podcast now?
I'm so glad you asked. And if anyone wants to join, they could go to theambermayshow.com. And then there's a tab that says podcast like a pro. If they use your name, Charles, they're going to get a discount at checkout.
Great.
So make sure you use the discount code Charles so you guys can save some money there, because I don't want anyone having to pay full price. If you want to, you're welcome to, but I'd love for you to get a discount. I get asked all the time, like you, I have a radio background. After I graduated college, I got to work at an AM talk radio show station. And so I have professional experience. I've done this for a living. The reason why I quit my radio gig was because I finally had a child after 8 years of trying. So on my way to work one day, I'm crying. I'm crying so hard because all I've ever wanted to do is be a broadcaster. I got this great job that I just absolutely love, but now I'm about to have a child.
Yeah.
And the idea of putting her in daycare after I've been waiting for 8 years to have a baby was awful.
Right.
So I quit my job, and I went 9 years without broadcasting. And then I restarted my show again. So long story short, I get asked all the time, just a little background for your audience. I get asked all the time, how do I do this? And how do I do that? And how do I start this? And so what I decided to do is I wanted to help everybody that I possibly could. So I took my knowledge in the most frequently asked questions and I put it in a course. And you covered a little bit of that. I'm going to show you how you can do a podcast that's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. I'm going to show you the equipment necessary to do it. And if you have more means, then great. Upgrade your equipment. Great. Fantastic. I applaud you. But if things are a little tight, but you still have a message or you still have a passion that you want to get out there, maybe you love classic cars or maybe you're into remodeling and you want to kind of just show people how to remodel a home, then you could do that. And I could show you how, and I could show you how to build an audience. So I went from a built-in audience at a radio station going 9 years, not having any audience whatsoever, and having to build it from scratch. So I'm going to give you tips and tricks on how to do that. The really cool thing about my course is I have a exclusive community that everyone who takes my course gets to be a part of. And then you'll have access to me and other content creators. And my idea is I want to make it to where it's a community where we network together, where we share ideas, where we promote one another on each other's shows. So I'm just trying to build a community of podcasters because we are the new media. Elon Musk says it all the time. The media is freaking out about us. They're saying, oh, they're not the media, and they're throwing tantrums on TV. But you said it perfectly, Charles. Because of what we've been doing in the alternate space, it really made a difference in this last election because you were right. They censored RFK. They prevented him from running. They wouldn't interview him very much. And they really, really censored Donald Trump and always put him in a bad light. But Kamala Harris is in the great light. And if you remember, when we were during the campaign, CBS did a piece on Kamala Harris, and they edited a whole bunch of that content out to 20 minutes. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Daily Mail is reporting that Donald Trump sued, and it looks like he's winning the case, that CBS is going to have to release the full 60 minutes of the interview that they filmed with Kamala
Let
Harris.
me just add a little to that. It's even worse than that. What they did was I forget who the reporter was who interviewed her, but he or she asked a question and she gave some a crazy, the usual kind of weird answer that didn't make a lot of sense. What they did was they spliced that out and they put in another segment that she had answered something else. And they kind of diced and sliced that one to make it sound a certain way, so that it looked like she had given an intelligent and coherent answer. Now, Donald Trump's lawsuit on that is basically that constitutes election interference, which it does. I mean, that's like altering reality. I mean, you can't, create something out of nothing, which is what they tried to do, which came off badly anyway. But the point is that it's not, it was a classic example, not only of what Trump's up against, but what the old legacy, the Mockingbird media, as we like to say, what they're up to, what they've been probably doing forever. I mean, they kind of mold a story. I mean, the classic example is when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I think it was Walter Cronkite got up on the air, and he says that it was just a one lone crazy gunman. Where did he get that information? How did he know? He was told by handlers that this is what to say. And when he said it back then, you only had three sources of news, and that's what the official line became. And then anyone who questioned that was attacked.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't do that now.
Remember that Nancy Pelosi, she talked about how the smear goes, that you put something in the media and then someone officially will say it and then they're going to cover it up with another attack or a smear. I mean, she laid it out perfectly of how they do it in mainstream media, where it's all made up, it's all fabricated. And people are finally done with being lied to. And that's why this time right now is the best time to get into this space. That's why if you go to the ambermayshow.com and hit the tab podcast like a pro, remember use promo code Charles at checkout. I'm going to show you how you could do what we're doing. And you don't even have to do news and commentary. Whatever your passion is, I want to show you how to do that, because I think the world of programming in general, TV in general, is going to change with, I think people are going to want to watch real people doing stuff. And to them, that will be entertaining, whether that's homesteading, whether that's fixing cars, whether that's, I think the way it's going to change, I think you and I could be wrong, it's possible, but I think things are going to change a little bit outside of Hollywood. And we're going to see more of a change onto just regular content creators as being the foremost place people go to get entertained.
Oh yeah, also, speaking of Hollywood, this last election showed that they don't have very much coattails anymore, because Harris was shelling out millions of dollars to people to not only endorse her, but to go on stage so she could generate some kind of audience. And it didn't matter. It was worth nothing to her.
Yeah.
It's like it was Beyonce, all of them. They didn't amount to a hill of beans, to be polite. Mm-hmm. And so, the days of their influence have been exposed. And that, people are looking to TikTok. They're looking to, the YouTube Reels. They're looking to all of these things for entertainment and for information. I think particularly the younger generation. So, this is something that I think is certainly the future. It's not going to be stopped. Even with YouTube, maybe that might be changed now that President Trump's in office. I actually sent YouTube a note saying, now that President Trump's in office and Biden is gone, maybe, you might be able to restore my station, because it doesn't matter what people think about the 2020 election. It's over. He's gone. No one's threatening his position anymore. We'll see. But so going back to your podcast, can you talk a little bit about some of the nuts and bolts of how you do this? How do you create your podcast technically? And also, what kind of a schedule do you maintain? What do you actually do?
I think, okay, so the learning is self-paced. So the classes are self-paced. It's not going to take you all day to do any of the courses. I know we're all working people. We're all busy people. So I put things down in a time fashion, come back to it tomorrow, come back to it in a week, come back to whatever you want to. It's self-paced. I talk about all the fundamentals that you're going to need to know. You're going to need to know, like Charles said earlier about equipment, you're going to need to know where to publish your episode, because like Charles said, him and I have been canceled in a lot of platforms, but we found some platforms that are very much free speech oriented. And I share that with you. I tell you, I show you how you can monetize. I give you ideas to monetize, and any of my students can be an affiliate of mine, because if you're going to come to my class, I want to believe in you and invest in you. So if you decide to be an affiliate with me, wonderful. I'd love to have that partnership. So we talk about monetization. We talk about how to get guests. Where do you find guests? So that's an important topic. People want to know, well, okay, I'm going to have a show, and I want to interview people, but where do I find them? So we're going to talk about things like that. So all the fundamentals that you need so you launch successfully. And just know this. Your first episode is going to be the worst episode. And that's coming from me, a professional, someone who's been in radio. My episodes back then were not as good as they are now. Why? Just because with years of experience, you just get better and better as you go. And with the perfectionists out there, I want to tell you, don't wait till everything's going to be perfect to go. Start now. because perfection comes as you continue doing your craft, as you start getting more ideas about what kind of things, elements you want to add to your program. So don't be caught up with everything has to be so perfect right now. Actually, in this space, people love imperfection. I'm not saying have a sloppy show, by no means. I want you to have a great, well produced show. But I'm just saying, if something goes awry and something's not perfect, your audience will be fine with it.
It's a different format. It's not
Yes.
as quite that like you have to be perfect when you do this thing. It's more conversational. It's more off the cuff. Be yourself.
Mhm.
In my case, I'm trying to put together at this point. I mean, I kind of got out of it for a while for a lot of reasons, but now I'm getting back in, and I'm trying to put together consistency of doing the program Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as a way to sort of build up perhaps a participatory audience. And I offer a phone number so that people can literally call into my program. I offer, obviously chat and all of that stuff. The program goes live on both my Facebook and my Twitter page. I got about 8,000 something followers on Twitter. And that opened up a little bit when Elon Musk took
Oh
over
yeah,
Twitter.
for me too. Yep.
My page was frozen for years.
Mine too. I
And
got
although now it seems to have gone back to slightly frozen, I don't know. Musk is great, but not, there's still, some hanky panky. Either way, I go live there. And now that I'm going to be doing this thing daily, weekdays live, and then I download it into a podcast platform. We could talk about that. But I'm hoping to get a real live experience with people who tune in regularly and who join me. And we can just have a great time talking about issues, having a few jokes, maybe kicking around a few ideas, doing whatever it is that we feel like getting into on a given night. That's my goal. That's my goal for this whole thing.
Well,
Now,
Charles, that's important what you just talked about, and that's something I do mention in the program. I don't want to give too much away in the course, but consistency is key, and I do stress that in my show, in the course. I mean, if
mhm,
you want an audience, they need to know what time you're going to be on and where you're going to be. And just show up consistently. And if I mean, and I'm not telling anyone don't do anything you can't physically do. If you can't be like Charles, that's okay. You don't have to be like Charles. If
right.
one day a week is all you can do that one day a week and do it well. Whatever you can do, make sure you're just consistent. Don't go for one day and then not go for 3 weeks, and then come for 2 days and not go for 7 days. All I'm saying is, if you want to grow successfully, you got to be consistent.
Indeed. And by the way, it's still not old-fashioned, radio with a stick in the ground. I mean, I'm going to have nights where I can't make it, in which case
Right.
I can run a rerun. And I
Or you
use,
tell your audience ahead of time, "Hey, I'm gonna be taking a break." I've done that, when it was Christmas break, I'm like, "Guys, I'm gonna be off for a couple weeks, so we'll see you in January." It's okay as long as you tell them, but if you just don't show up, that's like a problem.
no, exactly. Now, one of the things I've discovered, besides once I do the program, I'm giving away everything. I don't mind, but once I do the program live, like I'm doing right now, I then download the MP4 file into the Podomatic, which is
Mhm.
the only thing I mean, I pay a little bit for that, and I also pay a little bit for Restream. It's not expensive. It's a once a year payment. And that Podomatic puts the audio up on Apple. It puts it up on Spotify, iHeart, all these different sites.
Mhm.
And then through the Restream, I'm able to put together a playlist of the past maybe 7 or 8, 10 podcasts, and that runs live. Oh, it runs as a repeat on all of my social network, including my own website. So technically I could be on 24 hours a day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, with just so it's amazing. I mean, and I'm not savvy when it comes to tech. I really am not. I've never. Maybe if I had been earlier, I might have gotten further, but I never really learned it. But even me, as a kind of an old guy, have figured out a few tricks about how to do these special things. So, Amber, I want to ask you again, without giving away too much, how do you promote your podcast?
Networking is important. So I'm going to show you how to network. And one tip I will give you
Yep.
is make a list of 100 people you want to be on, and then make a list of 100 guests you want to have. And don't limit yourself. Even if, like, let's say you're in the tech world and there's this mega guy or this mega woman that everyone in the tech world knows and you want that person on your show, reach out. Because if you never reach out, it's an automatic no. If you reach out, there's a 50-50 chance they're going to say yes and come on your show.
Oh yeah.
So,
People love to go on
that's
pod.
one of the keys, is like making a list of anyone and everyone you would want on your show, and then make a list of the people you want on your show, or the shows you want to be on, and then you just start reaching out and start networking. That's one of the tips that I'll give you on this
No,
episode.
people like to go on podcasts. They want,
Yes.
especially if they have a book out.
Yes.
You go on. I mean, I'm the author of a whole ton of books, but you go on Amazon and you could look at books you're interested in that are just coming out. They want to get on shows. They're trying to promote their book. They could, and not only that, but if they come on with you, they then can promote you by promoting their appearance on your
That's
show.
right.
And they can post that on their social network, and their social network might be huge. I mean, it could be like, there's 100,000 people that are going to see it. And one of the little tricks, I haven't figured out how to do it yet, but Restream, which is what we're on now, I could have given you a link, or not the one I gave you, but some other link, and you could have run this interview live on your social network.
That's very cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some real stuff that's happening that you can do that's amazing. How do you make money?
Advertisers?
But that's hard. I mean, I haven't figured that out. I mean,
Then come to my course.
I'm going. You'll see me there. No, that's a tough one. And I mean, I make a little bit of money mainly because I'm an author and I promote my books and I get royalties when somebody buys a book. And I also use the books. And by the way, writing a book now is a lot easier than ever. If you're passionate about something, there's no better way to learn about it and to go deep than to write a book.
Oh, wow.
And you can do it. You don't need a publisher anymore because everything's online. I mean, like you and I both, you graduated from Arizona State. I'm going to Arizona State. They have an archive, they have a library link that you can get source material on just about any subject under the sun through their library.
Wow.
And you can use that information, footnote that information as part of your book. So if you're passionate about something and you really want to delve into it, doesn't matter what it is. You could be a mountain climber, you could be anything, a surfer, or you could be interested in a political issue, a history. You can write a short book on it and get it published on Amazon. They do a great job. It's free. You can get a nice cover. You could put together your manuscript, maybe hire somebody for a few bucks off of Fiverr to do editing. I have a guy who's a Canadian high school teacher who does edits on my books. Cost me about $100. Gee, I'm giving away all my secrets. I don't mind. Then I download the manuscript. I download the cover, which I also get a guy from Fiverr to create for me. And you can not only get royalties for every sale, but it's a vehicle to get yourself booked on other shows.
Correct.
Right? I mean,
Yep.
you're good at this, Amber. You get yourself, you're booked here. I mean,
Are you doing digital books or do you do paperback books?
all of it. All of
Okay.
it. Ebook,
So I
Amazon.
didn't know Amazon does like paperback books.
They do.
publishes.
It's all
Okay.
free. Electronic book, paperback, hardcover, even the voice book. What do they call that?
Audiobooks.
Audiobooks. I have audiobooks now.
Uh-oh. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now, Amber?
Yes, yes.
I don't know what the heck is going on. Anyways, maybe they're trying to sabotage me. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Anyways, but that's the deal with writing books. It's a wonderful thing to do. You should write a book. I would say you have at least a couple of books in you, I'm sure. And you get yourself booked on shows. You could write a press release on a topic that has to do with your book. And I can't tell you, I've been interviewed by people all over the place. So
That's awesome.
yeah, so it's great fun. These are all interesting media things that anybody like a poor schlub like me sitting at my table here can do. You don't have to be, you know, going to a highfalutin office to do this stuff. Anybody can do it. As I said, it's very democratic in that way. It's the voice of the people. So, Amber, you do a great job of promoting your program and helping people, which is a great, great endeavor. Let my listeners and viewers know again how they can reach you and how they can get involved in your course and a little bit more about your course.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. The best place to go to find me is theambermayshow.com. There you're going to find all the places where my program airs, but most importantly, my podcast like a pro course is right there. So you go to the Amber May Show, theambermayshow.com, hit podcast like a pro, and then remember to use Charles at checkout. And I go through some of the things that are going to make you successful because I did this from scratch. Remember, 9 years of not broadcasting, so I did it from scratch, and I wanted you just to get kind of a head start to where I didn't have to do. So, like all the things that I kind of messed up on, you can avoid all those things. I'm going to show you how to launch successfully. So that's really exciting, and I'm excited to help in this space that we're in because things are shifting, and I believe that we need to hold the government accountable to the people, but I also believe in really good content. So some of the stuff coming out of Hollywood is just garbage. And so I want to teach people, if you really have something you're passionate about, remember, I mean, you can do it now. You don't have to have this big Hollywood production studio. And I could show you how to do that with podcasts like a pro at theambermayshow.com. So I'm on Rumble, I'm on Podbean, I'm on a lot of other places. So if you go to my website, you're going to click on the button and you can find where I broadcast from.
Excellent. And I just want to wrap it up by going back to the original press release that caught my attention. Has the media been fair in the first 2 weeks of Trump's return to the White House? What say you?
I say no. If you look at what the other side says, like just in social media circles, they're so overcharged. Like they're so upset. They think their world is collapsing because they're only getting half a truth. So they are not being fair. The media is not being fair to Donald Trump. I mean, the US aid should be a big red flag for everybody because, it just came out actually. Yournews.com reported on that the federal records reveal Politico and the New York Times received millions in taxpayer funding
Oh,
from the
yeah,
Biden
right. And some of the
administration.
stuff, and they lie about it too. They say, "Oh, it's going to end humanitarian aid." That's
That's
nonsense. The
that's
little,
right.
the little bit of humanitarian aid that they handle, which is probably like 10%, that's not going to end. I heard Secretary Rubio talk about that. He said it's going to continue to be run by either by the State Department directly or by some reconstructed USAID. The problem is that the majority of their money goes to very bad things all around the world. I mean, overthrowing government, left-wing causes. You want to support left-wing causes? Write a check. It's not something that should be done by taxpayer money.
Right.
You know, they even are involved, and maybe I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but it's out there, in funding the Wuhan lab, which created COVID. Okay,
Correct.
Enough said. I mean, it's not pro-America. It's not,
Right.
it's not in the interests of anyone, regardless of your political affiliation. So they're going to lie about
they have not been fair. When you look at how they interview Donald Trump, it's very attack oriented, very attack. And when he gives the correct answer, they want to lie about it because they don't want to look like they're lying. So they try to fact check what the president or vice president says, and they do it in a very attackful manner. And so it gives the perception to their viewers that our president is trying to lie to them, when in fact he's trying to reveal that the media is trying to lie with all these half truths. And that's even if they're doing a half truth, right? So
these things they're complete lies, but you know something? It's not working for them. Trump knows what he's doing now. He's going right into it. JD Vance is tremendous. I'm glad he picked him. He's handles people very well in the media. Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, these are experienced media people. They know how to do it. You know, they know how to handle this kind of stuff. And I mean, those hearings, I mean, they sounded like a bunch of harpies the way they were.
Oh, the hearings were a joke. They didn't give the people that were supposedly being questioned any chance to speak. All they were doing was, where's the statesman in all of this?
It was
They hold a political office. You should be a statesman. I'm not saying you have to like Mark Rubio. You have to like Ash Patel. You have to like Pete Hegseth. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like his policies. But you could be there in a respectable manner and not just say all these accusations and never give the person a chance to respond. That was such a gross way of doing things that I'm tired of it. I need it to change. It's been going on for decades. It needs to stop. Be statesmen. You guys are representing your state. Act like it. That's what I got to say.
It would be nice if they actually talked about a couple of substantive issues rather than just pure, you know, mudslinging. And
that's all it is.
People are really sick and tired of it, and it didn't work for them this time. They came across very poorly, and they couldn't stop it. So I feel like maybe I'm baby pipe dream, but I do think that President Trump nailed it when he said that we're entering into a golden age, and that I think it's going to be in that position. We'll be in that position for a generation, possibly. People are it's a whole different paradigm, a whole different way of doing things. And I'm excited, you know. I'm sure you seem to be too. So
I'm very excited.
Oh, yeah. So Amber, again, let my listeners know your websites, and I urge you to check this out. I will be doing so. Amber, please talk about that.
Charles, I had so much fun being on your show. I think we're very like-minded. I like the way you think and the questions you asked. And so your audience is blessed to be tuning in every day to your program. The way you find me is going to theambermayshow.com. There you're going to find all the places where I broadcast my show, The Amber May Show, if you didn't get it from the website. And while you're there, please head over to Podcast Like a Pro. If you've had a small inkling, if you're a pastor in the faith realm, you know, or if you're in the DIY realm, or if you're in the news realm, go over to Podcast Like a Pro, and I'm going to show you how you can do what me and Charles are doing and do it successfully. And again, use promo code Charles at checkout to save some money.
All right. Thanks so much, Amber. I really appreciate you joining me. Let's stay in touch, and God bless.
God bless.
All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me today.
Here
Mike,
we are.
how are you?
Hey, it's it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Right?
Yes, indeed. You know, it's a countdown toward President Trump.
Do you notice, even among the liberal environment that you're in, there's just a more positive vibe from everybody, even the real hardcore liberals.
Oh, everyone knows that the country bit a bullet. I mean, I think that everyone senses that, even the hardcore. As you say, I mean, our Governor Healy just did an interview with the Globe where she said that she plans to fully cooperate with the new Trump administration.
Whoa.
And a couple of left wingers and liberals are absolutely having a meltdown over this. But I think that the whole rotten, so-called resistance is crumbling. You still might have Newsom, and you might have that fat guy in Illinois, but other than that, I think it's starting to just disappear. They're finally starting to move inexorably into the dustbin of history.
Yeah, and even with the case of Pritzker and Newsom,
Yeah,
they're going to turn because the popular will just isn't with it, and I don't think even those two are going to want to die on the hill of whatever the hell the left stands for now, which I'm not even sure what that is.
well, what are they going to do? Stand in the way of deporting criminal, illegal, violent gang members and drug dealers and rapists? I mean, this guy just yesterday immolating a woman on a subway car in Brooklyn, and sitting there, someone's filming it, and he's there throwing gas on the fire. I mean, this was an illegal alien from Guatemala, by the way. And I just don't think that certainly Eric Adams is on board. So I think that the idea of opposing them being apprehended and deported is not going to be very popular. I mean, it's just, is that really the hill they want to die on?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all started falling apart. The whole identity thing. I mean, good grief, if you saw any of the video between Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, where she is just freaking out about how she believed all the BS, and then suddenly it's like it hit her like a stroke of lightning that her life has been ruined, not by the Republicans, but by the Democrats. And then Cenk Uygur was at something with Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah, Charlie, he was at the Turning Point USA event, and he's, exactly. I mean, he said, look, the conservatives and the Republicans are a lot more tolerant and generally a lot more friendly to opposing opinion than my side. And he's, there is, I think there's going to be a major cleaning of house over there. They're just, it is kind of like I observed before the election. It's going to be like the George McGovern loss of 1972. Right. I mean, they're going to have to really get their house in order, and it's going to take it could take a decade before they come back from this. And I mean, I don't think that Biden is going to really, he has a few more weeks of mischief. I don't think he's going to be able to do much more. He's already commuted the sentences of some really, really bad people, and it didn't go over as being particularly humane. Now today he's commuting the death sentences of, I think it's 24 people on death row. And these are some of the worst, people. I mean, slaughtering children. I mean, really violent criminals. And I think, does he think this is going to be seen as progressive? I mean, I don't think so. And I don't think most liberals and progressives are jumping for joy over that either.
Well, I think what's happening is that it's being revealed that whoever controls Biden is the hardcore lunatic fringe of the left. Because if you wanted to write a recipe to get people to leave the left, you would do stuff like pardoning serial killers and whatever the hell he's doing now. Mm-hmm. So it comes down to, our little topic before, this model UN mentality where, well, gee, this was my worldview when I was 13 years old, and I'm just freaking out. The world has to be like this. and it's all falling apart for those people. And I feel no sympathy whatsoever
Yeah.
because I knew people like that, and they were able to create a fantasy life for themselves. In many cases, I'm thinking of one particular woman who would epitomize this whole thing. She ends up going to what was then called Radcliffe. She creates an academic life for herself and is able to live in this bubble the whole time. But the fact is, most of the others aren't quite as, quote, fortunate to be able to do that, and now are coming to the reality very late in life that this was all a crock. And I'm seeing this, okay? You go on ACSH, and this Henry Miller guy puts up an article, I could not believe it, arguing that the vaccine was beneficial to the nursing home people.
Oh my God, that's
I mean,
completely. Where did he come up with that BS? I mean, it's obviously not science.
You can find, quote, scientific articles for anything you want. It was garbage.
Beneficial to them after Cuomo put COVID active people in the nursing home. Great, yeah, really, that's wonderful.
So there are some of the people that are just going to keep doubling down for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And there's not much you can do about it.
No, but they're becoming, it's a dwindling cult of haters, basically. And, even, now that the Wall Street Journal has done an article that really has said what we've been saying since before the last election, and that is that Biden is seriously impaired mentally and physically, to the point where people surrounding him would keep him sequestered and out of the scene because he was having good days and bad days. I remember you said way back when that it's a symptom of sunsetting. It's a it's a mid to advanced stage of dementia, something we've all observed. They're now admitting it, and it does bring up the question of who was running the country and who was running the executive branch for 4 years. I mean, apparently he'd have good days and bad days, and when he's having a bad day, they just would cancel everything, and then he would basically have to have long naps. He would just come in, maybe he was cognizant for a few hours in the course of a day. I think he only had like a half a dozen cabinet meetings in his entire presidency. And one of them was headed up by Jill. And he would have to have everything. The cabinet ministers would have to send their questions to him in advance for those meetings, so he could already have a formulaic answer, which he couldn't even do that. So, it's on the one hand, it's pretty sad, but on the other hand, it's criminal that this would have been covered up. This should have been a constitutional crisis issue where he should have been removed from the office. I mean, they certainly talked about removing Trump from the office for 4 years every time he blew his nose. This is I would think this is something that ought to be investigated. It does go to the level of criminal malfeasance and fraud.
It's criminal malfeasance, and you wonder what was the point. Okay, if this were a family member, it would be sad to see someone declining, but you would lose a lot of sympathy if that guy was a CEO of a business and was screwing up things right and left just to maintain this illusion that he was in control. It wouldn't happen. So,
well, that's right. And that's exactly what's happened. It's apparently what happened during the Afghanistan fiasco. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't answering the phone that day. Not that he would have done anything if he had been, but the whole thing involved a massive deception on the part of the people around him, including Harris, including Peppermint Patty over there, the spokeswoman, and all the rest of these people in Congress. Sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack, sharp as attack. Right? Talking head.
Okay, here's the thing, and you've been in media forever. All right, I can understand. how all the rest of the mafia around him is going to be part of it. But I really don't understand how a guy like Joe Scarborough can say this is the best Biden ever. What was that all about?
It was obviously a complete lie, and he knew it.
But why do it is what I'm
Just
saying.
like they lied about the 2020 election, just like they lied about the J6 attack. These are all, that they lied about COVID. They lied about the vaccine. I mean, this is why Trump, one of the primary reasons, the basic reasons why Trump was elected. People got sick and tired of living in this context of lies. And it also shows that the mainstream media has completely jumped the shark. They've lost their relevancy at this point openly. Nobody believes them anymore. And they're still doing it. If you watch them now, now Elon Musk is now the president, is their latest.
Right.
I mean, this is like, they just haven't learned. They're continuing to push, hoax after hoax. And I mean, I've been saying to some of these people in my Twitter, because I go back and forth, I say, look, it's one thing to go into the loyal opposition and criticize legitimate political positions, and even maybe to criticize personality, but to continue on this course of these, of these hoaxes and running them up the flag one after the other, it's a little late for that. You got to move on. No one's believing this anymore.
So why are they doing it? Are they playing to this hardcore subscriber base that wants to hear this? I mean, consider that Rachel Maddow, at least before all the cutbacks are occurring now at MSNBC, was at a $15 million salary. All right. Apparently, there are people that watch her. Apparently, there's advertisers on MSNBC that think that's a worthwhile demographic. But at what point do they not see that it's all falling apart?
Well, I mean, I heard it was 30 million for her. I don't know, maybe 15. But the point is that I understand she's taken a haircut. And they've cut back, I think, 5.
Yeah.
And that those other hosts over there have taken cutbacks. They're losing money, and it's time to catch up to them financially. There's some rumors that good old Elon Musk is going to step up and buy MSNBC and replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer.
Boy, that would be something.
Oh my God, that would be a beautiful thing. But they're losing their relevancy. They haven't got their audience back. Even that nincompoop, what's his name, David Pacman, said right after the election that he's been doing this for, I think, 15 years now, maybe. And every year he grows. This is the first time he's lost something like 20-25% of his subscribers, because people, even liberals, don't want to hear this crap anymore. It's all lies. I mean, why? And you're going to pay for it? I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, and I don't think they're going to get it back. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, what can they really do? I mean, they are kind of trapped in this hologramic like atmosphere where they're just they're forced to be these cutout characters that mouth these cutout comments, and I don't see how they can put any substance behind it.
No, it's going to go down a spiral. It'll take longer than it did for St. Francis. For the viewers, he was in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, was a pretty responsible right-wing guy. But then somehow he discovered that he had a hardcore audience of people who were, no other word for it, white supremacists. That wasn't his particular belief, but he discovered that there was a big demographic for that. Mm-hmm. So he doubled down and made more content toward this white supremacy thing as opposed to just conservative stuff. And he just spiraled down, down, down. Now, he didn't start out from having X number of million subscribers like MSNBC, but it's the same thing. They're going to keep playing to the hardcore base until it just dwindles and it ends up being what they used to call little old ladies in tennis shoes,
Right.
which was the
Well, maybe
expression.
he got wrapped up into a particular ideology. I mean, that happened to Joe Soberin also
Yeah,
in
yeah,
terms of his war against the Jews. He just he basically imbibed this ideology. It's a very attractive ideology in terms of the answering all of the riddles of the universe,
right.
and it makes things very simple and very basic. I mean, you could once
It
you, I
was
mean,
the Jews. Right.
blame the Jews. I
Yeah,
mean, E. Michael Jones is an example of that, right? He's embraced a very, very particular view that's been largely rejected by Christianity and largely rejected by the Catholic Church, and he has added to it. He's created this hybrid, and that everything then gets squeezed into it. Anything that doesn't agree with it is edited out of it, and it reaches a point where someone becomes dishonest. They become
yeah.
warped. And it's a sad thing, actually, in that case to see, because there is someone there who actually is a very, pretty substantial intellectual who actually had a lot to say before he went down that deep end. And so, it discredits what is otherwise a great body of work.
Well, I've seen this happen a few times
Yeah.
and in many fields, and it becomes when somebody comes up with a unified theory of everything and they get hung up on it, um, it just it just doesn't work.
No, it becomes unreal because that's not reality. I mean, existence and morality actually has a lot more nuance to it. These are things that, suddenly they basically they're playing God at that
Yeah,
point. It's the sin of the Garden of Eden. They know everything. They know all good and all evil. And that, it's a form of idol worship. I know I don't mean to claim that they're involved with some of the aspects around it, but
well, that's exactly right. And the trouble is that the people that tend to fall down this pit tend to be smarter people
yeah,
that like the fact that they have an explanation. I mean, one that's current now. There is, and you have to be very specific here. Vaccines and autism. Now, the connection isn't so much vaccines as it is the fact that when they were giving 40 vaccines back in the 80s and now they give 220, it might just be this assault on the immune system, yes, caused by giving so many vaccines, but it's not vaccines per se. So this has become
right.
a huge deal, RFK and others, and they're trying to hang their hat on this. Life, as you said, is not that simple.
No, and by the way, I mean, that's not to say that the Jews aren't annoying. I mean, you can criticize. I mean, Jews do we tend to think we're better than everyone else, and I get that it's irritating, and it's an arrogance that's we could do without, and it doesn't exactly result in good neighbors. So you can take criticisms that are real. that
I have to tell you, my old friend died a couple of years ago, Vin Lewis, Catholic apologist. He said, "What is it about Jews that when you meet them for the first time, within the first 10 words of the conversation, they have to tell you they're Jewish?"
Well, it's this kind of it is a smug sense,
Yeah,
and look, in fairness of criticism, you could say that it comes from Talmud. The Talmud is a bit supremacist when you
yeah.
study it. It's sort of like that's how the Jews survived 2,000 years without a
Oh, yeah.
country. I mean, there's a reason for that. It didn't just happen by accident. There was this idea: we're a separate nation, we are better than everyone else, and we have to keep ourselves separate.
Yeah.
I get that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but it's an element that has preserved a Jewish covenant, which I think is overall good. And it's kind of trying to create something where otherwise other people would disappear. I mean, it's the only case in history where a people have retained their identity without interruption from the time of Abraham till today. There's
Yeah.
no other nation in the world that has done that. So yeah, you have a little bit of an arrogance, maybe a little bit of smugness, and yes, it can piss people off. I get it. I mean, it pisses me off when I see this.
Well, I think where it might have started going sideways was when the Maccabees threw in with Rome.
Well, they
Because
did that from day one. I mean, the minute Judah Maccabee liberated Jerusalem and purified the temple and kicked out the Syrian Greeks
right,
and began to, the first thing he did was send a tribute to Rome,
yeah,
because Rome was, I mean, that was pragmatic. That's like Israel throwing its lot in with the United States. I mean, Rome was the power of was at that point becoming the main empire of the world. So he wanted to be on their side. That's a diplomatic, secular decision. But of course, the Talmud is critical of that. But I'm not sure that I think he did the right thing. Otherwise, they went on to create a pretty powerful commonwealth.
oh yeah, I think it was the right thing in that the policy of Rome was to let all the little conquered peoples do their thing, right?
Right.
Which was different from previous regimes.
Which would wipe everyone out or
Yeah.
ethnically cleanse. Exactly.
But that, ended up having other problems. But
Right. It ended up, it backfired on them ultimately. But at the same time, they were able to buy enough time
yeah,
to create this incredible state that invented some things that have had positive impact on the world, like public education. Not
Yeah.
that it's a great thing today, but I'm just saying they implemented a system of education. They implemented a sort of a unified culture. They did get back to a belief in God and in Torah, and they rejected the Greek elements of the Greek secular state. And at the same time, they embraced other elements of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of, that's classic conservatism, to take a look at that which is good and embrace it, and then winnow out that which is bad.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, interesting history with that, of course. It would be nice to have this conversation now of your temple members, of all these hardcore liberals that you're surrounded by. Are you getting a different sense that maybe they're secretly happy that Trump won?
Yes, I do. And it brings up a question in my mind that could deal with anything. And that is, how do they know on election day how people voted? Like they always say, well, the Jewish vote was XYZ, the black vote was this, the women vote was that. How do they know that? Where do they get that information? Is there like a survey done? Do they ask people coming out of the poll, are you Jewish or are you black or like, how did you vote? I mean, how do they do that?
This is, and okay, the way they do it is with exit polls. But as we've said so many times on this show, if someone came up to me and asked me stuff like that, I'd ignore them and walk on.
Yeah, I've never been asked a question like that.
There's a self-selection process that if you are volunteering to be at that, I don't know that you're that representative. And you're exactly right that I've always thought that this idea that Jews are 105% liberal, I've never believed that because I've met real people.
I think it's that the Jews who are not on the left keep it quiet.
Yeah.
Because the left-wing Jews who are holding the high ground are so nasty. They're like regular liberals except on speed. We're talking real ugly people who will do stuff to you that is not pleasant. Jews are very good shunners. You're going to be excommunicated, to use a Christian term. And I've seen this. I've seen it in my own life. I mean, it's some of the most vicious. So it's only natural to want to avoid that. So you keep it quiet. But I think that at the end of the day, Jews are a lot more conservative than people realize, and they themselves realize. But it's a tyranny of power that is running the high ground, and I'm hoping that with the election of Trump, that's going to start to change. I think it already is.
You could draw the analogy to the entertainment industry, and I had some experience with that. I was a member of a couple of secret groups, if you will, of Hollywood conservatives.
Yes.
Um, well, it wasn't all that secret, but there were more people that belonged to these things than you would care, than you would think. Albeit, I remember being at some of these events, one of which was at David Horowitz's house, and
Okay.
there were people that were afraid to give their name.
Oh
There
yeah.
were others. Uh, there were others who were golden age type stars.
You mean like a Charlton Heston?
Well, Charlton Heston, as well known. Someone maybe a little less well known, unless you're a fan of B movies of the 50s, Marie Windsor,
Okay.
who was in like 50, 60 features, always played the bad girl. So these events took place in the 90s, I remember. And it was funny. You'd see Marie Windsor sitting over there, and it looked like Marie Windsor from the movies, but older, And she was very outspoken about her conservative beliefs. And there were a number of people that you wouldn't recognize by sight who were, administrative in the industry.
Right, but they could lose their careers. I mean, conversely, I remember reading an interview with Dalton Trumbo, who was one of the Communist 10.
Oh,
But he said in this interview, he goes, "Look, I wasn't really a communist. I didn't have any particular ideology at all, but I signed on to this thing because it got me jobs.
yeah.
I wanted to work in Hollywood. I was ambitious. So they said, oh, you want to be, if you're a communist, great. You get a network. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people do it. I mean, you automatically the door swings open, you get the keys to the castle. Suddenly he's getting all these screens because all of a sudden he's on the inside. And yet, he didn't give a damn about it. I mean, it was all like, it was just sheer ambition. So that kind of thing goes both ways.
Yeah, well, Michael Flores might tend to disagree with that, but with the case of Trumbo, but
Right. Okay.
there were some people that were just hardcore commies.
Oh yeah, no, they definitely were, and they had power for sure, and that's why you had a guy like a Trumbo, whether he was or not, sign on to it because he wanted to get somewhere. I mean, I think that's why you have a guy, not to go into it, but the late great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King played footsie with the communists because he wanted to get somewhere. He saw what side the bread was buttered on. He wanted to have influence. I get it. I mean, I think it's a selling out, but he would not have been able to have done what he did had he not at least slightly genuflected to that side. And he did. I don't think that probably was who he really was. Maybe it was. I don't know. But
well, okay, but the times have changed in that the prevailing mood is going to become MAGA, and it's people
it is. It's you can already feel it, and it's a. I mean, the only fly in the ointment that I see right now between now and inauguration day, well, besides the fact that God forbid something could happen to Trump, if Trump makes it to inauguration day and he's sworn in, then we're home free.
Yeah,
because all of his cabinet people will be in place. J.D. Vance is pretty good. You've got Kennedy. They'll all be in place. And so that even if they take Trump out, that government is there and that'll continue. So in a way, it's a race against time right now. The other problem I see that is more on the international stage, and that is that Iran is on the verge of throwing a nuke at Tel Aviv. It's a real thing. That's not a joke. They have been seriously set back. Originally, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's radical Islam, I don't know what it is, but Iran has at some point decided to go to war against Israel. I mean, it's a traditional ally to Israel, but under the Ayatollahs and the mullahs, they have focused obsessively on destroying Israel, even though Israel never had any particular beef with Iran. And they set up all these proxies. You got the Houthis, you've got Hamas, you've got Hezbollah, and Israel has disintegrated all of them at this point. I mean, they have completely defeated Hamas. It's still there, but it's no longer a threat. Same thing with Hezbollah. And now with the fall of Assad, Israel has gone in and they've debilitated a lot of the serious, dangerous weaponry that could be used against them in Syria. So Iran is now somewhat isolated, but they still have their nuclear development and they could still use it. And now it's being said that they're within days of getting a nuclear warhead. And you get very naive people in the US State Department and military establishment and in those of others who say, well, I mean, that's fine. Let Iran have a nuclear bomb because it'll be like the United States and Russia. It'll be mutually assured destruction and it'll be a balance. But that's not how Iran is operating. They believe that they're going to have 70 virgins and they're going to create a world order by destroying Israel. And they don't give a damn if they get hit back. I mean, the Hojatollah Islam Hashemi Rafsanjani went on record as saying that. He goes, hey, if Israel hits us with a nuclear bomb, we don't care. We've got 130 million people, but then if we hit them back, we can take them out. So that's the mentality they're dealing with. And that's what, I mean, it's really a race against time because I think that, I don't know if Israel has the capability to do it. They did it twice before.
Right, take out the nuclear development, which
well, they did it in Iraq with the Osiris, and they did it in northern Syria a couple of years ago. And in the case, I was listening to an Israeli military, I was reading a site. In the case of Syria, they dropped some very heavy bombs on that site. And also in the case of taking out Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, people, how did you do this? He was like 100 feet underground in these airproof bunkers, and it was supposed to be 100% secure. They did it because they dropped some big bombs, and they kept going over and dropping them again and again and again until they finally did it. So Israel has the military capability, and it's the kind of situation where it's like if you're in a forest and you wound a lion, you better make sure you kill that lion, or else you're going to be toast. And so Israel has to go in and make sure, if they do this, that they are going to be able to complete it. And I think it's a window of opportunity now. And I do think that Iran is like backed into a corner, and they're afraid of what might happen if Trump becomes president. So there's a vacuum of lack of power, which is something that in the Middle East people understand, both Israelis and Arabs. When you have a vacuum of power, look at what Israel's doing right now in Syria. There's a vacuum of power. They're going in and they're taking out all these sites that they would have liked to have done before, but they were afraid to do it because of Assad. Now that he's gone, they're doing it. I'm just saying that right now there's a vacuum of power in the Middle East, and Iran might step up to respond to that. So these are very perilous weeks as we go toward Trump. Once Trump is in there, he's unpredictable. Biden, they didn't expect him to do diddly squat, because he wouldn't have. But in fact, if anything, he was giving Iran billions. He was releasing funds to Iran that had been impounded by Jimmy Carter. And that helped Iran fund these proxy armies. So they didn't expect anything, they're of the mentality that like, well, if we appease Iran and we give them money, they're going to be nicer and they're going to join the Western world. But that's not how it works. Trump understands that. And I think that Trump does not want to see a nuclear war in his presidency. It's already been leaked that on the inner chambers of Trump's strategy team, that they feel that they will stop Iran's nuclear capabilities. And they're just worried about whether or not it'll trigger a world war. And I think in the case of Trump in the White House, it will not, because Trump will be in touch with Putin. He'll be in touch with Xi, and they won't let that happen, or it's less likely.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a scenario before noon on January 20th that things could get bad enough that the uninaugurated Trump, would have enough influence to just step in and say, no, I'm not going to let Joe screw this up anymore.
You mean before the 20th of January?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think so. No, I mean, it's not in the Constitution. It's just that's how our system. That's why there was an amendment to shorten the lame duck period. The lame duck period used to go right through till March 15th.
Yeah.
And historically, somebody should do a book on this. Maybe I'll write it.
All right.
Some of the garbage that would happen during that lame duck period, some of the worst sort of policies were put in place because you had a regime that was going out. They didn't care. They were unaccountable. And they were in a position where they could pull off stuff that was not wholesome and good because they could. They just it happens in the state level. It always happens in Massachusetts.
Well, no. Let me put it this way. Maybe I wasn't clear about it. Obviously, Trump isn't the president until inauguration. But what if he has to take the bully pulpit on January 10th or something because something stupid is happening? And he takes the bully pulpit and forces the current regime to get it together.
I mean, I think he could. Eisenhower did this. Eisenhower, after elected and before inaugurated, went to Panmunjom in Korea during the hot period of the war.
Yeah.
And he had a meeting with both sides and he said, look, I'm going to be president in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. If you guys don't come to a peace agreement, I'm going to use nuclear power. And they believed him and they came to a treaty.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about here.
And I think that's the kind of thing that Trump could do. I could see that. I could see Trump going there, getting a meeting, and saying, hey, you want to F around? Guess what? After January 21st, it's going to be, I'm just saying that you're right. I mean, it worked with Eisenhower. That treaty has held up ever since. There hasn't been a war again in Korea. So, that's use of power and leverage. And Trump could do it. I think he could, I mean, maybe Iran isn't that crazy. I don't know.
Well, I actually thought of that. I didn't remember the specific timing, and thank you for the 2-week thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I hope it doesn't come to that. But
I don't think it, and also I think that Biden at this point is so impaired that I just don't think he's, I mean, the worst thing I think he could do, and he probably will do it, is he'll give pardons to the J6 committee and to Fauci. And that's going to bury the Democratic Party for another century because it's obviously so, already he's maybe these other pardons are kind of trial balloons to see how the public reacts to it. And it's not good.
No, it has to be positive, which is why I wonder what's in it for Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, I guess the first they pardoned Hunter Biden. I get that. Maybe he might pardon the rest of his family. That didn't go over well, even with liberals. But then he's commuting of sentences for, 1,500 people, including some really, really nasty characters.
Oh, yeah.
That's a subversion of our system of justice. It takes a huge effort in terms of due process to get people convicted in this day and age. And to simply overturn that with a pardon, that could destroy someone's reputation. Look what the Nixon pardon did to Ford. It was very damaging. Now, that doesn't mean he shouldn't have done it. I think he should have done it. I think he did the right thing, but it was very damaging. When you give a pardon, you're basically, I mean, the infamous Clinton pardons, right? Mark Rich, and he pardoned his brother, and he pardoned Hillary's 2 brothers.
Yeah, and Peter Paul.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there was pardons. And at the end, I think I did an interview with someone who wrote about this. I don't remember who, but he literally had people sitting in the White House calling people, cold calling, and offering pardons in exchange for money.
Yeah.
Selling them, and trying to get in. He had pardons. He was pardoning people right up to the moment he walked out of the White House. I mean, when George W. Bush showed up at the White House after Clinton left, he found pardons sitting on the desk that hadn't been finished yet. I mean, he was just, That was really and it completely tarnished what was left of his record. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Bill Clinton now is trying to make a comeback. I noticed a billboard on the highway here in Boston promoting his book with a big picture of him, and now he's going on TV. It's not working. Nobody wants to hear from him.
Right.
It's flat. It isn't going anywhere. I mean, he's really been relegated, and now with Trump's election, that's the final, the final nail for the Clintons. Nobody wants to hear from them ever again. They're done. It's like Jimmy Carter. But anyway.
And well, the interesting thing with Jimmy Carter is he perpetually is staying around to see his reputation deteriorate more and more and more. And what better example is this Panama Canal thing? That
it does bring up memories of that. He sold it to Panama for $1.
Yeah.
And, they're violating elements of that treaty. It's that simple. I mean, they're overcharging the United States. That is a vital national security location. They're giving China a pass. Those are violations of the treaty that was made when Jimmy Carter handed it over to them. So Trump's absolutely right about that. That's strategic. That's like, that's a basic of American security, that canal. It's not that we need to go down and seize it, but influence has to be brought to bear to make sure that everything is done right over there.
Yeah, well, and this is just one more cog in this, reestablishment of Make America Great Again.
Yeah, and the left. I watched the Twitter page. I have all the left wingers. Oh, they were all like, "Oh, this is horrible. How could they do this?" And these Panama taking back the people don't care. People are like, "Okay, I guess we might have to." I mean, they're not getting the reaction they were assuming.
No.
And now he's talking about buying back Greenland. I remember last time around he brought that up. People were in a tizzy over that. These are reasonable. This is the real world. These are real national and international questions. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the United States controlled Greenland and Iceland during World War II.
Yeah.
So, I mean, mainly to keep the Nazis out. But these are national security questions. Anyways, but there could be a lot of stuff going down between now and January 20th, and it'll be a big, big relief when we have Inauguration Day. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be beautiful, God willing.
Yeah, it's and like we said, I think last week, as bitter as 2020 was, it's better that it worked out 2024, because all that momentum built up, which is now being released. I mean, there were people right after the election that I thought I was going to hear from. And one of the guys said, "Why didn't you call me?" I thought, and he said it was just taking me a few days to just drink it all in,
It was a complete landslide.
Yeah.
And that's even with all this, everything that was stolen. And that's something that I do hope that Trump gets into. I don't know if it's going to be the top priority because there are a lot of bigger issues, but I hope that they don't drop the ball on election reform. They have to bring about voter ID, same-day voting, getting rid of the machines, just like what Elizabeth Warren called for, and getting this country on the right path toward the integrity of one person, one vote, one citizen, one vote. There was still theft in this election. I think Trump did better than he only won because it was such a huge victory. But I think it was probably a lot bigger.
Egregious, I think, in Maricopa.
Oh, they stole it again from Kerry Lake.
Yeah,
that is about corrupt. I hope that Attorney General Bondi looks into that. That needs to be investigated. That is what the Irish used to call a rotten borough.
Yeah.
That and Fulton County, Georgia, and Wayne County, Michigan. These are rotten boroughs, probably Boston. I mean, it's it's institutionally corrupt, has been for decades. They're run by machines. It's California, they're still counting, right? They got in those two congressmen in spite of the fact that those districts voted for Trump.
Yeah. Well,
They-
that's sort of the whole fallacy. It was most egregious in Maricopa. I forget the exact number, but to believe the results in Maricopa, you had to believe that there were 30,000 plus people that cast ballots where they didn't vote for Trump. Where they voted for Trump but did not vote for Kari Lake.
Yeah, they voted for Gallego, who's like a real radical left. Obviously, it's stolen, and it's the problem in Maricopa is that rotten Republican-controlled county with people like Stephen Richer and these other skunks. I mean, they hate Kari Lake. They it's like a local kind of rotten. Maybe they may be corrupted by Mexican drug cartels. It's been rumored. I'm not saying that's
cartel influence. I think what happened in Maricopa was the same kind of thing that happened in the state of Vermont, right?
Right.
Where Vermont had 230,000 people in the whole state. The Ben and Jerry types from New York move up.
Right.
It gets transformed. So it was the same stupid thing.
They elect Bernie Sanders and they elect Howard Dean and all these other New York left wingers.
But the question was, well, why did you leave New York only to try to reestablish it in Vermont? The people that left LA.
It's happening in New Hampshire now. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
So I think that's what's happening in Arizona, all the Californians, right?
Yeah.
Now they're moving to Idaho. Are they going to take over there too? I mean, I don't know. It's
Oh, here's an audience comment. 2020 was stolen 100%. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It does. I mean, it's 2020. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I think it's one of those things. We were talking earlier about people answering questions of pollsters. 60% of Republicans then and now believe that that election was stolen.
Yeah.
Probably, a large percentage of Democrats and independents believe that, who are polled. And yet, I think a lot of people refuse to answer that question, even back then, out of fear, and just because they don't want to, they don't want to put their neck out. You never know; you might end up getting picked up by this corrupt FBI. So, yeah, I mean, I think most people did believe that it was stolen, and that's why President Trump. You could say that it was self-serving because he was in office. Sure, that you could say that. However, as the elected president of the United States and chief magistrate, it was his responsibility to investigate that. It's that simple. That's to think that an election couldn't be stolen is more than naive. Elections are stolen around the world. Why wouldn't it happen here? It's a color revolution.
Comment from a viewer. Did you see this? Trump should get an 8-year term now since he has won 3 times.
Already I think Steve Bannon made a crack during this Turning Point USA. I mean, he said Trump 2028. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. It would be Trump prophecy. I'm reading this affecting the White House for 20 years. Look, I mean, it might take that long to bring back, sane policies and America First policies. Now, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but during this congressional reconciliation bill, President Trump wanted Congress to lift the debt ceiling. Now, I don't know if I think that's the right way to go. I mean, I think that I get why Trump wants that because it's going to cost money to secure the border, to do a lot of these other things that he wants to do, and that it would be easy to raise that money in Congress. But I think that might not necessarily be the right approach. I mean, I would think that it would be better to have the Doge guys, Musk and Ramaswamy and others, do some serious cutting of unnecessary government costs and really bring in some of these agencies, and also to allow the private sector to do some of the things that the government would otherwise do, rather
Right.
than raise the debt ceiling. So I don't know if
You're
I agree
exactly
with.
right. But remember that everything in human existence is subject to the ravages of time. So uh, if you increase the debt ceiling, as bad as that is, you at least buy yourself a little time while you're doing this doggy stuff and everything else, because undoubtedly you're going to run into some backlash when you start really doing some serious cuts.
Right, and I
And
guess that, it does take time. It's like Reagan cut
yeah,
the budget and he cut taxes, but he also raised the debt,
yeah,
mainly because he inherited a decimated military, and he
yeah.
had some other things that it took money. So, ultimately he turned things around. It took a full term before the economy started to turn around and they started to pay down the debt. But he did need to have those revenues in the first couple of years at least. So, I mean, that's true also. So you could argue it that way too.
Well, that's kind of my impression. And I think in the case of Ramaswamy and Musk, they're not going to be shy about mocking some of the stuff that they're going to find.
Oh yeah,
And believe me, uh, if you look at the federal budget for 5 seconds, you can find stuff that's outrageous. I mean, I did an article just on the NIH, all right? And all I was doing was looking at what was the biggest grant and what was the smallest grant. And you found out that inevitably the small grants were very practical. We're going to get rid of this disease in this particular locality and so on. And the high money stuff inevitably was this, what the term they use in biology, sexy sounding, nanomaterials and all this highfalutin, impractical stuff that's never going to work. But these guys got big grants.
oh yeah. The money is all. I mean, it's like crack. It's they don't. I mean, I think that we should look at also the fact that the budget was changed as a victory for Trump for two reasons. Firstly, when they first came out with that budget that Johnson negotiated secretly with Schumer and
why the hell did he do that? Would you
because
explain
he's a skunk. But I mean, he's just as bad. I don't think he's any better than McCarthy. But the point is that it went up on Musk's Twitter. Thank God he has Twitter. And the result was a huge negative response all over the country. And that had an impact. That's what made them step back. And secondly, the eventual bill they did pass, it cut out something like $350 billion, including the global engagement, which is the title of this program today. And that was one of the big censorship mills in this country. They've been cut out. They didn't get their pay raises, which they don't need. And they cut out a bunch of other things that they were secretly salting in there. So it shows that a little public exposure goes a long way.
Well, you're right. So explain this to me. How in the world did Johnson and Schumer think that it's still, 1961 and you're Sam Rayburn or something? I don't get it.
They're still playing the old playlist. These big fat, what they call a crap sandwich, right? It's a 1,500 page bill with all this stuff. I remember interviewing Jack Abramoff. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
He came on my show after he came out of prison. He had a book out, which is pretty good. And he explained how they do this. I mean, the lobbyists in K Street, they put in little language into these bills, and nobody knows where it leads. It's like, S3-423-B3B. And you click on that, and it goes to another SUV. And before you know it, you keep clicking, and eventually you get to something that involves a big check for somebody, or some kind of a law that benefits, makes lawyers make more money, or something. And it's very corrupt. And his answer at the time, and Trump has gone on record as calling for this, was that every bill before Congress has to be no bigger than 3,000 words, which is about 7 pages, 10 pages. It has to be posted online fully so that we can all see what it is. We don't have to believe the media telling us what it is. It could be debated by high school civics classes. Everybody can get in on it. And in that way, we're going to clean out these lobbyist giveaways. And I think that this is a step in that direction. They were able to cut out a lot of this garbage that is corrupting the system and that the uniparty supports. And I don't think that they're going to get away with it again.
Well, I think there's a book idea for you that centers around the notion of why does the elite media and why do these political hacks still think that it's 1953, that there isn't complete digital everything all the time, that you can somehow operate the way you used to. I don't understand how you can live in the real world at all and not realize. I mean, I'll give you an example, something I'm going through at this moment. All right. Thank God we're buying a house and so on. But here's the point. All the paperwork is online. It's all DocuSign. You don't have to go to some title company. All right. Things have changed. How come a guy like Johnson believes that he's still living in the old times? I truly don't understand it.
I think in his case he knows, but he's just got no spine. I mean, I just get the sense that he doesn't have the fortitude. Let's put it that way. I mean, that's my image of him. I say that without any evidence. I was just looking at him. I mean, I don't know. He looks like a 16-year-old kid, and he's just way over his head. And he's pushed around by these other people, and their whole priority was to keep the government open. Which, by the way, it would have been very interesting if it had closed, because then Musk and Ramaswamy would have gotten a good sense of what could be eliminated. But either way, I mean, I think we're entering into a time when they can't pull that off anymore. There's too much. They tried censorship. It didn't work. They removed President Trump's Twitter account. We had 30 million followers. They destroyed Parler. They destroyed thousands of accounts, including mine. And yet it didn't work. It didn't work because people stepped up. You had Rumble, you had Gab, you had all these other sites. And then you had Musk buy Twitter. And that was the end.
Be so arrogant, though, to think that you have this monopoly on fill in the blank, that you're always going to have this monopoly. I remember when I was involved with the music industry and the MP3s came along and the file sharing came along, and they just didn't get it. They were used
to a monopoly. They had. I interviewed somebody in the music business a while ago who talked about this. He was doing Christian music, and he was saying that they could not get a record deal in the 60s, 70s, and most of the 80s because there were about 4 or 5 gatekeepers.
Yeah,
maybe 7 gatekeepers. One of whom was Clive Davis from Arista Records, and they decided what was going to be heard and not heard. And they had their agendas. They had their worldview. They wanted things to conform to a certain way, a certain message, a certain style. If you can believe, by the way, some people have talked about, Laurel Canyon and the fact that, David Crosby from Crosby, Stills and Nash his father was a high level, CIA type, a government type. Same thing with Jim Morrison. His father was an admiral. I mean, a lot of these people were sort of put in there to be like, I mean, they were great musicians. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think, I admire the music, but And they didn't even make a lot of the music. It was done by the Wrecking Crew. But, they kind of were like steering the culture in a certain way that fit the establishment. And that there
Well,
was,
the analogy that was used, because I was a member of the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences back when all this was happening.
yeah,
And somebody made the analogy at one of the meetings that picture you're at your elementary school playground. And there's a fat kid that's got a big bag of candy. And he's selling these little pieces of candy for 5 cents. And he's waving this bag around. And all of a sudden, this hole develops in the bottom of the bag. And all the candy starts flowing all over the playground. And he's running around, wait a minute, that's my candy, that's my candy. And no, it isn't. And it all fell apart. And I just have to tell this funny anecdote.
yeah,
That when the MP3 stuff really started, I got a hold of something, and picture what was then a CD. And remember, the MP3 format was about 11 times more compressed than the so-called red box format. So you could put more music on a CD than you could before.
right.
So this guy gives me a CD. I put it in the computer, and there's images of every Beatles album cover. And if you click on the image, you get all the songs of those albums. All right. Anyway,
I mean, it's I think that in a way the whole music industry, it fell apart in the same way that the internet has done to politics. It's like everything now is accessible. I mean, it cannot be controlled. I mean, I've heard that the Beatles, for example, were Tavistock Institute. Now, that doesn't take away from the fact that they were great musicians. I admire the Beatles. I love the Beatles. But, they had to conform to a certain,
Oh yeah.
And the Rolling Stones also. I mean, some of these big bands, I mean, they didn't sit in that perch for nothing. I mean, these were like, it didn't just happen by accident.
Yeah.
They were influencers of not the kind that we think about today. They were there to, I mean, in the case of the Beatles, I mean, they glamorized drug use. They just did. I mean, there's no question about that. They deny it. I mean, John Lennon denied that Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds was about LSD. That's bullcrap. It was. I mean, they glamorized, and that led to a lot of people, including people I know personally, ending up dying. So, I mean, I hope there's responsibility there, and it was a weakening of people, of the culture, of the opposition in a way. I mean, we could talk. This is a great subject. We could go into this deep.
Well, let me wrap up this story because it is funny. I will not mention the name of the guy.
Yeah.
Very well-known songwriter. Will not mention his name. Anyway, he's in my office, and he's decrying the fact of the MP3s, and it's terrible and violating copyright. And I said, okay, you want to see something really illegal? And I showed him this Beatles CD. So I expected him to blow his mind, right?
Right.
Instead, he says, Mike, can I get one of those?
By the way, we have one final comment here from our texting friend. The Yellow Submarine song. Adolf Hitler escaped to South America on a yellow submarine. Coincidence? No, Jerome Corsi, who's been a regular on mine, did a book on this topic. And he does say that there is a possibility that Hitler did escape to Argentina, took on a different identity, and had to live the rest of his life quietly in Patagonia. I think that's possible. I mean, when Truman met Stalin at Potsdam, Stalin said to him that he felt that Hitler had escaped. He probably did. Why wouldn't he have? I mean, putting myself in his shoes, right? He knew it was all coming to. He knew that everything was crashing down. I mean, that he wouldn't have had an escape route.
Well, I remember as a child, that was a huge rumor all the time.
Yes.
That Hitler wasn't really dead. And
I don't think there's ever been DNA evidence indicating that he had died in that.
the closest they've ever got is they had fragments supposedly of his skull or something, but that was years later. No one really believed it.
No, there was like a hoax.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I know. Look, I don't know any more than anyone else, but it's entirely plausible. I mean,
Well, there were plenty of lower level Nazis that escaped.
yeah, including Mengele, who ended up in Paraguay. I mean, and Eichmann, right? He got to eventually hunted down by the Israelis, but there was plenty of people who got out, and they knew it was all coming down. I mean, they knew everything was.
The only reason that Mengele escaped was, and the official
And by the
story.
way, I agree with you on the call. Jerome Corsi is very trustworthy. I've had him
Yes.
on my program many times. I admire his work. He's had nothing to gain by writing that book.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But what happened? Because the official story from Israel, which take with a grain of salt, the only reason they didn't get Mengele was they couldn't concentrate on both Eichmann and Mengele, so they picked Eichmann.
Plus, Mengele died in his swimming pool, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean he was.
Causes, yeah.
They knew where Mengele was. They knew where Eichmann was. To this day, I don't understand why they picked Eichmann, because he wasn't that well known. He was a bureaucrat. Mengele actually was killing people.
No, Eichmann was, I think, high level. I think he was the number 3 man.
Yeah.
In the particularly involved in the so-called final solution. I mean, he was a Hebraist. He knew all about. He studied Judaism. He was just absolutely despised Judaism and Jews, and he actually visited Palestine briefly in 1936, where he put the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem on the payroll, and a real enemy of the Jewish people.
Oh, there's no question about it. But I'm saying by today's standards, which maybe that's irrelevant, but by today's standards, who do you think of as the angel of death? I've written about this, Mengele.
Well, I think Mengele got some protection because he was a doctor. It's just like Fauci. These guys, there's like an international fraternity of medical people. I mean, Mengele wasn't even the worst one. Von Verscher was his boss and mentor, and he was involved with some of the most heinous experiments. He got a slap on the wrist after the war. I think he did like 2 years in prison.
I think he went to private practice.
Well, he went back to his college in Munster, where he died of natural causes. He was fine. Anyway, but great topic. We'll have to get into it at another time. What do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, now that some of the, I've got a little bit of time now with the holidays and so on. I think I'm going to get into, it's going to help you with your book idea.
Yes.
Of why these people are so ingrained in stuff that just ain't true anymore, that they've devoted their entire lives to fill in the blank, even though it's pretty obvious that it's all falling apart. Remember, we started the show, I mentioned Henry Miller with this absurd article about how the vaccines help the nursing homes. He's got to let it go. I mean, whatever credibility the guy has left.
Yeah, who is he working for? That's
he was
even the most virulent leftist isn't saying that anymore.
He's retired. But if you truly, really, really believed that every vaccine has an image of Jonas Salk in it and is saving the world, and you just can't bear to hear the details about what happened with this one, there's
something about medical issues anyways, that people who come to believe these things, they just absolutely flip out if you question it. I mean, I even recently had a situation where I mentioned to someone that I had heard that all these hand sanitizers are not exactly healthy. And this woman had a meltdown over that. How could I say? Because they're invested in it. It's like they've been doing it, and it's almost like maybe it's the new religion. I don't know, but it's there's something about. I still see people, even like at my synagogue, who are still fully masked 4 years after the pandemic, assuming masks were ever any good anyway, which they weren't. But putting that aside, I have never seen their face. I mean, they're still completely with heavy masks, and they put this one couple, they have their son in a mask. I think it's almost child abuse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and it's like, I want to say something to them, but I'm not, I know that I'll be stepping in.
There were people that really bought into it, but I think you cannot engage these people.
It's not rational. Definitely not.
And the problem is well, okay. When my oldest son was in college, they had a parents' weekend at University of Arizona. All right. So we're at the hotel, and we see this older couple dressed up in the purple of University of Washington. And the guy says that he's been going to every University of Washington game, home and away, since the 1960s, 70s, whatever.
Right.
All right. So I look at the guy and I said, well, that's very interesting. But you graduated from there, what, in the 50s or whatever it was. Have you ever thought about how little your college experience has in common with the kids that are in college now in the 1990s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've got to ask you this. What are you identifying with exactly? The logo? I mean, what is behind all this? And the guy turns ashen and silent. I realized, why did he even do this? And it was like a fundamental thing of his life to follow.
It's very tribal. It's like criticizing the Boston Red Sox. It's just right. It's very tribal. Anyway, Mike, but I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you very much. And this is one of those rare years where Christmas.
I want to wish all of my listeners a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. God bless America. And we could look forward to, God willing, a very good and interesting and positive year. So I'll talk to you.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All righty.
Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here, live at my station, at my website, and all my live streams, which this year I'm looking into expanding. I just sent a request into YouTube, I should note. YouTube suspended my account or canceled my account in 2001, where I had probably about at least 600 or 700 videos going way back. I've saved them. I didn't lose them. I lost my
I'm not sure if it was 2001. I think YouTube was founded in 2005. But
yeah, I'm sorry, 2021. Thank you.
But knowing you, they would have kicked you off before they even started.
Exactly. That would have been historic. So, I sent them a note noting that the two major issues that I was booted off with, which were questioning the legitimacy of the 2020 election and medical experts who suggested that the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin was good treatment for early COVID, that these are no longer issues. Maybe they wanted to censor it back then, but, the Biden regime is gone. There is no more threat to having them recalled or having nothing like that. So it's kind of irrelevant whether or not we talk about that now.
Yeah.
And secondly, the ivermectin controversy, even the CDC now admits that it's perfectly okay to use it as early treatment for COVID. So I asked them to reconsider this in the context of today. And I also mentioned at the end of the note that I want to test President Trump's executive order ending censorship to see if that's something that has any legs. So, we'll see what happens. But I think that I'm making the case that it's time to restore free speech. It's time to bring back freedom. And there's freedom in the air, I must say.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's kind of ridiculous that they clung to that and included in that mess is the kicking all those people out of the armed services for the vaccine thing.
Oh,
And
awful.
it was, but as your viewers know, that went on for about 18 months beyond the time it was, if it ever made sense, which it didn't. It was 18 months beyond that, and it was private companies and so on, hospitals.
Oh yeah.
And
I couldn't get into my community college without showing an ID that I had the COVID shot, which I did, but unfortunately, I'm fine. But
yeah, well, I
but
mean,
the point to make is that it was over at that point. I mean, by the time Biden got into office, regardless of what you think of the vaccine, COVID itself was over. There was a mild case of it around. What do they call it? The something the name for it. I don't remember right now, but it was
very Greek letter.
A mild strain. It wasn't the bad COVID. The serious COVID was over. So it was no longer should have been viewed as a public health issue. It was political entirely. And the fact that men in uniform, men and women in uniform, would be not only kicked out of the military, but dishonorably discharged and lose their benefits. And I remember there were people, I mean, there was such a propaganda campaign. It was like classic Nazi-like, people like cheering this. Oh, they deserve it. They should be put in concentration camps. And now President Trump has signed an executive order reinstating all of them, reimbursing them for back pay, and issuing a formal apology. Thank God. This is why elections matter.
Oh, it's why elections matter. And this is why Biden pardoned this host of miscreants that were behind this. I mean, it's almost amusing to watch this unfold. All right. Lloyd Austin, who in my judgment was a DEI hire by Raytheon in the first place, became a DEI defense secretary. And he went along with every single stupid leftist precept that was applied to the military. And the Democrats have the gall to say, well, what are Hesget's qualifications? What are any of these idiots' qualifications? Robert McNamara had a resume to die for. How did that work out?
Well, actually, Hegseth has done 2 tours of duty.
Yeah.
That he would be the first defense secretary to actually have been literally on the front lines and in battle. I mean, I think that that's something that does stand him apart and makes him unique. Yeah, I mean, exactly. What the hell are they? They're talking about with qualifications. I mean, this is it's a good thing to see somebody who has some insights from the inside, rather than coming in because they're connected, they're a hack, or they've got money or whatever.
Well, that was the problem is that's almost never been the case. I mean, you can go back. Maybe you'd have to go as far back as World War I, where you'd find a significant number of generals that actually had combat experience before they were promoted.
I think the last one might have been Ulysses S. Grant.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It definitely goes. Although I will say that JFK as president had combat experience.
Well, yeah, JFK did, but the point is, MacArthur was passed way over by Eisenhower, who had little, if no, combat experience to become Supreme Allied Commander. There's a long and sordid history of desk generals, so to speak, being heavily promoted, or in the case of Eisenhower, let's be honest, he was a big friend of FDR. I mean, he was more of a political guy, but the point is that it's really a first that you have a guy who's, God forbid, a war fighter who's in charge of this agency.
It's very exciting. I mean, these all of these people are extraordinary. Trump is I feel like I'm living in a time that's analogous to how Americans must have felt when Washington became president. Everything is like happening. It's new. You've got a president and an administration that is establishing entirely new ways of doing things, entirely new paradigms. Trump is simply fulfilling his campaign promises to the letter. He has now fired all of these federal employees that basically Biden had tried to stuff into the bureaucracy in the final months of his election so that they could do damage to Trump. You know, he's sort of salting them into all these agencies. I think that Trump, obviously this time around, he knows because he already went through it the first time when they did do this. They had, remember the Vindman brothers? I mean, these people were all put in there by Obama. They were like booby traps. They were little bomblets that would go off at the right time. Trump knows this now, and he is cleaning house. I mean, he's utterly banned the DEI bureaus that were put in by Biden. He's taking on all of these political people who claim they have, civil service protection when they don't, because they have been in there long enough. And he's ordering people. He signed an order ordering people to go back to work. And it's just incredible. I mean, I feel overwhelmed almost when I look at the news. I don't know which, you almost can't even concentrate right now. You hear one thing, and then I'm thinking about that, and then there's something else that's coming on, and then
it was like 56 executive orders the first day.
Oh my God! I mean, I think it was 100 orders, and it's just
and the other thing it showed on, Biden could have changed at the drop of a hat. Oh dear.
Do you need to take the call, Mike?
Hi, can I call you back? Thanks. Sorry about that, folks.
No, that's okay.
Too many things going on.
If you need to take a call, you can step away for a minute.
All right. It's, one of my old cliches is everything happens at once.
Okay. I get
all these guys showing up at the new house to do whatever, and it's all right now at the exact moment. Anyway.
But so Trump is going to have all of these booby traps and minefields that have been planted, and he seems to be handling it pretty well.
He's doing a great job. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Remember this quote bishop that gave that address?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was no kind of sermon. All right, here's the thing. People like Laura Loomer are saying, boy, how come Trump's people didn't tell him he was walking this minefield? He knew what he was walking into, and he went in there to just expose this crap. All right? We don't even have to worry about how far down the Episcopal Church has gotten that in their primary national cathedral, the clergy person in charge is some radical lesbian. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. But
it hurts them a lot more than anything. Plus, I noticed that after she made her pitch for child sex change surgeries and open borders, then she's I don't know if she has a PR person or not, but she's doing a national media tour.
All right.
And I watched her on with Rachel Maddow, which is probably the best site to watch for that kind of thing. And it's the same old thing. It's like they haven't learned anything. These are the same, don't they? First of all, they obviously don't believe in democracy, because if they did, they would know that Trump won the popular vote. But putting that aside, I mean, it didn't work for them. It didn't help them, and now they're digging in further, and it's just becoming this diminished cult of bitter, hateful looking, sour faces.
So what you're saying is nothing has changed since Ethel Rosenberg, right?
Yeah.
They are haters. They're hardcore commies. Nothing's going to change them. It doesn't matter whether it works or it doesn't work. They have to die for the cause, and the cause is finding some way to divide people. And in the case of Ethel Rosenberg, it was more important to die for the cause than to be alive as a mother for her own children. They're all negative. There was never anything on the left that was ever positive. It was always about tearing things down, destroying things, and just depending on what the hobby horse of the moment was. In 1917 is we have to take down the czar. Okay. In 1964, it was civil rights. In the early 70s, it was women's rights and workers' rights and transgender rights. It's all a bunch of garbage to divide people, but it always has this little bit of panache that we're doing something good, but no good ever comes out of it, does it?
Well, they basically leech onto what may very well be in some cases good causes. I think like the labor movement was a good cause, and one and only area where I actually give credit to the far left is that they did help organize labor, and that's good. But they did it for the wrong reasons. They did it because they want to overthrow the society and use workers to further their collectivist goals, which are against the interests of workers. But nevertheless, in the process, it's kind of like they get something done. But here they are now.
By accident. I think it was by accident.
And it backfired on them because labor became very patriotic.
Yeah.
And of course, now they're against labor because they want to open the borders, which hurts the value of labor. And most people in labor unions voted for Trump for that reason. Even Bernie Sanders has admitted that. He said, I could find common cause with Trump on that one. But, the thing is that it's we're at a point where they really, and maybe I'm just, still having this incredible high from the election and watching these wonderful images and the inauguration and watching all of it. I mean, I feel like weeping over this. I mean, it's so incredible that maybe my feet aren't yet on the ground, but yet as I feel right now, I do think that their influence is diminishing in the real sense. I think that they are falling down and that they're not going to be able to get up for the rest of it for at least another generation.
Well, the reason it's falling apart is that there's a built-in tendency, no matter what it is they do, no matter what the cause is, they always have to jump the shark. All right. Perfect contemporary example. I don't believe in this transgender crap, but I'm certainly against discriminating against this person as an individual. Right. I mean, no one could argue with that. But what came from that was the men playing in women's sports. And this took on a whole life of its own. It is impossible for them to be clean with any single cause they ever do.
I think that would really damage them. I mean, right here in Massachusetts, we had Congressman Seth Moulton, liberal Democrat, as liberal as anyone, make a few mild remarks after the election against men and women's sports. He says, look, I'm the father of 2 daughters, and I am not happy with the idea of them playing soccer with men. And they came down on him like a ton of bricks. I mean, oh my God, he backed off. But the point is that, I mean, he wants to save his career. So then he votes against this, keeping men out of women's sports bill, even though he doesn't believe it.
Well, okay, but that shouldn't have surprised you. I'm sure it didn't.
No, it doesn't surprise me, but I think that they're really not winning. He was influenced by this small radical cult that started protesting outside his office in Salem, and also by this national and international agenda that continues to goose step along to these crazy and wrong-headed ideas. And I think that they're losing ground. People are, this isn't even a liberal conservative thing. I mean, people are fathers of girls. They don't want to have their daughter get a concussion.
Right. The unifying principle here is the left hates women, hates families, hates children. How can someone, forget about abortion, how can you vote against the Born Alive Act unless you just hate children, hate people, hate
Yeah.
society, and it all stems ultimately from the fact that it's a satanic, atheistic point of view, and it can't reconcile with reality. So that's why it's always burning up.
Yeah, I mean, how can they vote against the Lake and Riley Act? Do they want to have violent, murderous, illegal aliens have rights in this country and walk around? I mean, we just had, and by the way, speaking of another success, Tom Homan is doing the job.
Oh yeah,
They picked up 300 people on the first day of Trump's term. Yesterday here in Boston, they picked up, I think it was, 19 people, and there's a video of one of these guys, a Haitian drug kingpin who has 18 felonies counts against him. As the police are putting him in the paddy wagon, he's there. F Trump. We love Biden. Thank you, Biden, for all you did for me.
yeah, right.
And the people in the neighborhood, predominantly black, are saying thank you, Trump. And it was like, this is what their cause is. How do they justify not? And I think that Homan, the other thing is that he has a whistleblower. They are marbled throughout the government. They need to catch these people because somebody blew the whistle on his pending operation in Chicago. So he had to cancel it because it puts, officers at risk. I mean, I think that they need to get a handle on bringing that. If I were in Homan's shoes, I mean, what do I know? But if they find out who that whistleblower is, they ought to bring him in the office and say, look, we have the goods on you. We know we knew you dropped the dime here. You have two options. Either you turn in 10 other people in your outfit and we'll allow you to resign quietly and then you can go away, or we're going to fire you and we're going to prosecute you because you've committed a felony. You can't release information from the inside government like that.
Well, this is it. I mean, think about it, Chuck. These people are willing to die for a cause. All right. And the argument they always use, I mean, it's hilarious. Well, migrants, whatever that means, commit less crime than Americans. That may or may not be, but that doesn't change the fact that this Haitian drug lord was in the country.
Yeah.
And it only took 2 days for Homan to find these guys. Because remember hearing all through Biden's term, we don't know who these people are. We can't find them. It would be too expensive.
Oh, no.
They knew damn well.
Homan is operating off of lists that are compiled by local police departments.
Oh, yeah.
And they're being very careful. Here in Boston, we have, I don't want to mention her name because I've got some personal issues, but she's a major liberal figure. She has said that they're going to make mistakes because they'll apprehend someone who's not, involved with crime, and they'll get deported. And this, that may happen. There may be some instances of that, but I think that they're going to have a pretty tight ship over there. They know exactly who they're getting. I've seen Homan interviewed about this. They know exactly where these people are, and they're quietly and methodically picking them up and then having them deported. And it's not going to be out the media. Homan himself said, look, they're going to find one case where they'll have some woman crying, and this is, look at what they've done, and you'll have Lester Holt putting it up on the news, right? And he said, look, how about the hundreds of thousands of children who have disappeared? Why don't they show them? Why don't they show the victims of fentanyl, like my brother's stepson who died last year because of fentanyl poisoning?
Yeah.
Why don't they show his mother, her life has been shattered, my sister-in-law. Why don't they show them? Why don't we see who really has been harmed?
Well, look, it's the same thing, that whatever good came out of these fires was what the deep blue ivory tower people in Palisades in Malibu finally hit them. Okay. And now they want the National Guard and they want the protection. Okay.
Meanwhile, there's video of Trump in the first term after a fire meeting with Gavin Newsom, and he's like, And I think Bill Maher made a reference to this. It's like, just because Trump says something, they won't do it because, it's like that's supporting the Trump and the right wing. And he's like, you have to rake the forests. You have to bring these trillions of gallons of fresh water from Northern California south through pipelines and aqueducts. We'll help you. The federal government will aid you. And Newsom is there like, oh, yes, sir. Yes, great idea. Thank you, Mr. President. Then he didn't do diddly squat.
No.
Then nothing. Crickets.
No, he's a total clown. And what happened in LA, I mean, it took years. It was not overnight that the mayor became this lesbian DEI moron who actually ran against a guy who was pretty qualified in Rick Caruso.
Yes.
But no, this took decades for this infrastructure to be put in. And okay, hey, you had your way. You got all these leftist plants in there. As Dr. Phil would say, how's that working out for you?
Exactly. You have all these. This is why planes are falling out of the air.
Yeah.
You've got fire, uncontrollable fires. Her whole website. We are so proud of the fact that we've hired lesbians and that we're, it's like nobody. What about fighting fires, right? I mean, Trump is like, hey, we're going to have a merit-based system. He is doing it, and nobody can say a damn thing about it.
Well, I want people to know that this DEI in the LA Fire Department was going on for decades. They just didn't call it DEI. I had a very good friend who was forever a captain in the LA Fire Department. When he came in, he was one of the top young, smart guys. Hey, you know what? He just couldn't become a chief. Just wouldn't happen, because he's a white guy.
Yeah.
And that was it. And he was told that to his face.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was listening to Jeff Kuhner this morning. He's in Boston, great talk show host. They can say stuff that I can't say because of YouTube. But he had a caller who said, look, I'm a high-level government engineer. He's a retired guy. Right. Said, I was working on a project for years and building it and creating this incredible thing. And just before we were to roll it out in the public, suddenly I'm demoted and a young Chinese woman is brought in as the head of the agency. And then when they rolled it out, she got all the credit. And it's like,
that's happening with every agency.
Yeah. And I'm just working there. I'm just a worker.
Well,
and the part of the campaign, look what we've done. We've hired a woman, a minority, and she's done these incredible things. She didn't do diddly squat. I mean, she didn't know anything about it. He actually had to teach her a little bit to help her talk about it.
Yeah, well, this has been going on for a long time. The other agency that got ruined is the Patent and Trademark Office. All right.
Oh,
that used to have, first of all, that was one of the few agencies in the federal government that actually made a lot of money, because you have to pay fees for trademarks and patents. All right. And they had examiners, generally were attorneys with an engineering background in the patent office. And a lot of these guys, you may not know this, that was one of the quote unquote Jewish agencies of federal government. IRS was one, the Patent and Trademark Office is the other.
The Jews are at the IRS. That's discouraging.
Yeah, that was for a long time. Yeah. But what had happened and GSA, by the way, was also Jewish agency.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
But
Jews have a history of being property managers.
Yeah. Well, what had happened in all those agencies? How can I put this? When I started dealing with the federal government back in the 70s, I would deal with Sid Goldstein. Then one change came. Then I started dealing with Viola C. Jones. Okay, guess the race on that one.
Right.
And then after Viola, it would be an Indian person or a Chinese person with an unpronounceable name who couldn't speak English very well. All right. And I've dealt with these agencies for since 1975. And
Right.
so I've seen how this stuff has changed. And
No, it's definitely been creeping in for decades, and it's sort of like a merit-based system. I think ultimately is going to mean that plenty of minorities and women are going to get great positions because they're good. But the idea of putting someone in there, if you have a quota, it's not going to be because they're good. It's going to, you have, and then there's incentives to do it, and we see the consequences. We see, as I say, airplanes are falling, wings are falling off of Boeing airplanes because of this, right? And you're in the sky, get a hole blown in your plane. This isn't an accident. These are done by people who are just not the best. And if there's one thing we can say about Trump, he does want the best, no matter who they are. He doesn't give a damn. Look at, Scott Bessent, he's gay, married, he's got kids. Trump doesn't give a damn. He wants the best. He's the best economist in Trump's opinion, and he probably is the best. He doesn't look at those things. Bessent himself made that point when he was asked about it in his, confirmation. He goes, yeah, but the point is that that's not why I'm being brought in here. It just so happens to be the case.
Well, there was another stereotype, again, early on in my dealings with the federal government that you don't see much anymore, and you'll get a kick out of this. And that was the spinster, all right? Every agency I ever dealt with, there'd be, in every office, there'd be at least one middle-aged, unmarried woman that would work 70, 80 hours a week. That job was, as they say, her life. And I remember vividly, and this woman worked for the Library of Congress. And I had an appointment to see her. She said, well, Mr. Shaw, can you come at 8 o'clock? I said, sure. No, 8 p.m. I said, well, yeah, I'll come at 8 p.m. Why would you want that time? Well, everybody else is gone, and we'll be able to get into more detail and not be interrupted. And I found women like that at every single agency. Now, that started fading away a little bit, but that was one of the good stereotypes.
Yeah.
Because you knew if there was someone like that in an office, that's who you wanted to talk to, because they knew what was going on.
They were dedicated to it, and it was their life.
Yeah.
It's like a nun, or what I mean? Like,
that's a very good analogy.
Yeah, and they're incredible people, powerful. Yeah. They run the, I think that those nuns run the church. Anyway.
Yeah, it's well, today I guess is the Saints' Day of one of them, Mother Mary Ann Cope, who people might be familiar with, Father Damien, who went to the lepers in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, yeah, Molokai, yeah.
He died. Sister Mary Ann, or Mother Mary Ann, they called her because she ran this group of nuns. Yeah, took over. So yeah, there's always been a tradition of service, and it's continues.
A great tradition, and people actually care about doing. They're focused on their mission. It's I think that, as I said, Trump wants to get back to that. He doesn't give a damn. People, I remember, said, I think that Ivanka actually said, we answered a question like, he says mean stuff to women. It's like, no, he says mean stuff to people, whether they're women or men. He doesn't give a damn. He treats people like people. It's not like he's, it's sort of like an equal opportunity mean guy. That's just, he looks at situations. Years ago, and I urge people to do this, I can't recall the details, but I read the book, The Art of the Deal. And I think Trump played a lot of he was very involved in writing that book, unlike a lot of, famous people who really don't write their book, right? Like Bill Clinton or someone like that, or Obama. And
especially Obama.
What?
Especially Obama.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, we know who wrote that book. Yeah. But he really, you get that personality. Like, he's like, this person is great, and it doesn't matter. It's like everything is based on who did something. It's like accomplishment based. and he loves to make deals, and he enjoys the process of making a deal. Speaking of deals, I can't confirm this. I heard this in passing. I don't know if this is true, but there's a lot of danger right now with regard to the internationalist establishment trying to suck Trump into some kind of a perpetual war in Ukraine. You know, Trump has said in the beginning that he wants to have a deal and he wants to stop the killing. And
Right.
that basically, as unpleasant as it is, Russia has, captured territory there, and that's that. Ukraine has to suck it up and deal with it. Whereas you have Zelensky trying to agitate. He wants boots on the ground from Europe and from the United States, more money, which is insane. But what I've heard is that Putin has agreed that he should come to the peace table and make a deal. But he put out several conditions, and one of them was that he wants to extradite Anthony Fauci to Russia to stand trial for COVID crimes. Now, when I heard this, I thought of your article, Michael. And I think, that would be like sending Mengele to Tel Aviv, right? It's like, really? That would be incredible.
Well, they sent Adolf Eichmann.
Who?
And, Eichmann was sent to
Yes,
Tel Aviv.
exactly. But that's I draw a parallel between that and Fauci standing trial. I don't know if this is true. I heard this. I read this. I think it's a comment made.
Well, let me put it this way. There's a lot of people who want to get Fauci and are not going to be at all deterred by the pardon that he received.
Oh, I think that those pardons now are under serious question, including by a federal judge who has weighed in. I don't get his name, but that they're not really valid, because you can't just pardon someone for something they might do in the future or if they might get charged with. A pardon has to be connected to.
Well, that's what I always thought.
Oh, I mean, there's one single exception to that, and that, of course, was the Ford pardon of Nixon. That's fine. He was a former president of the United States, and that he was pardoning him in a manner that probably today wouldn't have been necessary, because former presidents have a certain level of immunity from prosecution. But you can't just pardon people without them having, like, all those pardons that Biden, with 10 minutes left to his presidency, issued for his brother and his brother's wife and his sister and her husband. They're not valid because those people have not been charged with a crime. Yeah. They're not being prosecuted. There's no investigation of them. Now, maybe the Hunter Biden pardon may stand up because he actually was convicted of a crime. But the rest of this stuff, and Fauci and Milley, they don't have any legal standing. Even liberals are.
Oh yeah, it's like an all-purpose get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I mean, even liberals are not happy with this. I heard even Jim Braude on NPR here in Boston, who is the biggest hater of Trump, and he's suck up to Biden for years. Even he said he didn't like this, and that to me says something. I've never heard him criticize anything. So I think that, these investigations are going to go forward anyways, that Milley very well may be court-martialed. And the way to do that is for Trump to call him back into service and then have him court-martialed. And if they find him guilty of treason, I think he may face a firing squad and would deserve to.
Well, I mean, the whole thing was absurd. He was another one of these desk general types that got promoted. I don't know who he knew or what he had on whoever, but there's been so many of these guys over the years. You wonder how they got to that position. The military has a long way to come back from all this stuff, but I think it's headed now in the right direction.
I mean, my late father was a big fan of Gilbert and Sullivan. I don't know if you know them.
Yeah. The Major General.
Major General. He polished up the handle of the big brass door. He
Yeah.
polished up that handle so carefully that now he is the leader of the Queen's Navy.
Yeah.
And then they had some wonderful satire. And at the end he goes, so they're asking me, how do you get ahead in the Queen's Navy? He's like, stick close to your desk and never go to sea, and you'll all be the leaders of the Queen's Navy. And then it's a great piece. I'm going to revisit that. There's some great stuff there. But this is how they do it. I mean, it's like, just polish up the handle of the big brass door and you get promoted, but not in Trump world.
No. Yeah. And you have to wonder why the left is so against bringing a warfighter in to head up the Department of Defense.
Oh, they despise the idea. Somebody who's actually going to look at, and none of the questions they asked Hegseth were dealing with philosophy of a military philosophy or and by the way, Hegseth is a brilliant guy. He's graduated Harvard and Princeton. He wrote a book that is filled with military strategy. I mean, he's no dummy. He's very qualified. But all the questions were about his personal life, really kind of nasty. I mean, some of the I'm sorry if this sounds sexist, and I don't mean it to, but the female senators were literally screaming at him. It's like, really? I mean, it was just bad. And
well, I mean, the latest thing was his ex-sister-in-law accused him of beating his wife, and the wife denied that.
The wife, not only did she deny it, and she's his ex-wife, so there's no love lost there, but
yeah,
she's saying she may sue this woman.
Yeah,
she's going to bring a lawsuit. I mean, she's apparently a radical Trump hater and a leftist, and the ex-wife of Trump's brother, and that this is being, and then you have this Congress Senator Jack Reed. They're trying to do another like Kavanaugh.
Yeah,
and he trots this out. It reminds me of. I mean, do they really think they're going to relive that one again? I mean,
I've been saying for a long time, they don't have anything. They don't have anything else. Before we knew that Kamala Harris was going to run, I posed a question to you, which there was no answer. Who do they have on the bench? They don't have anybody.
No.
If you're thinking, well, gee, maybe Gavin Newsom, what a clown.
No, he's gone. His futures. I mean, he's after this. I mean, he was always, kind of a lightweight and just a hack. He's a brilliant liar. I've noticed that about him. I saw him on Bill Maher. Bill Maher really covers these things, and he could smoothly lie and with a silver tongue, twist something so out of proportion that your head is spinning, and you forget the original question. Very, very skilled at that. But other than that, there's not much going on.
You have a state with nearly 40 million people. All right. There's a lot of talent in this state, frankly, both on the Democrat and the Republican side somewhere.
Right.
How this clown gets to high position, but he came out of San Francisco along with Dianne Feinstein, and everybody that came out of the San Francisco tradition were all these unlikely individuals.
Pelosi.
Yeah. I mean,
but how is it that California now, there's been a poll done, they still would vote for Karen Bass? We're talking now after the fires that are still going on. I mean, with her communist background, I mean,
what kind of poll? Okay. Who are you asking?
I don't know.
There certainly are people on the left that are Ethel Rosenberg type haters. Okay. And you know what? We're going to vote for the commie dyke no matter what.
No, I know people like that. Oh yeah. No, you're right. I mean, but I mean, I would imagine that she must have taken some hit amongst the people out there.
Is a very large city. And I'm sure you could go into large portions of LA that you could find any number of people who would tell you, oh, those SOBs in Palisades and Malibu had it coming. you know, and the fire should have gone through Bel Air and Beverly Hills too, you know, and then taken a curb and gone down to Rolling Hills Estates and Palandsburg, you know, because
yeah, right. And Brentwood, take it all. Sure.
Yeah. So it's just kind of the same sort of thing that's been going on. You're always going to find people that hate others, and I believe that's what you're looking at here.
But I think that their numbers are diminishing, I hope, and that's really how
I would hope so.
That with the advent of the golden age of Trump, and this is the biggest social movement to happen in this country since Reconstruction. You know, there are several social movements that have occurred in this country that have had indelible marks on our future and that lasted for generations. I was thinking about that this morning. I mean, obviously the first one is Washington, the establishment of the republic, and the generation that fought the revolution. I think the second one was Jefferson. The third one was Jackson, and I would argue Lincoln. I know some people, you know, he's gone out of favor, but it did lead to the abolition of slavery, and that it did create. On the less known part of Lincoln was that it was the beginning of the American system of Henry Clay, and the Transcontinental Railroad, and it was back to, you know, American putting its own interests first. And then I think that the two Roosevelts, I think, were both leaders in that, including Franklin. Personally, I think Kennedy was. I don't know. Some people, he wasn't in long enough. And Reagan maybe a little bit less so. But certainly Trump is one of those figures that has unleashed a whole new way of thinking, a whole new way of being. He has gone in and he's just doing stuff at a level that everybody is shocked how fast he's working. He's been president for 2 days, and it's like, it's all of a sudden, it's like we have a leadership again.
Well, I mean, the shock is that he could get stuff done, putting the lie to, you know, Obama is being hamstrung by the system. No,
Obama was just was part of the system. I know this sounds, I don't mean to sound racist here, and I'm not being, but I remember a commentator saying that Obama was basically Bush with a tan.
Yeah.
You know, it's like nothing changed. It was all moving along. This is the establishment, and certainly Wilson was not the head of a movement at all. That was an elitist coup. You know, they divided the electorate three ways and they installed him. You know, that is old. That's like the people that ran the Biden regime. But Trump really represents a major way of thinking that's changing. Even liberals, I mean, I think a lot of them are thinking a little differently now, even if they don't admit it. Obviously, we're never going to reach the Ethel Rosenberg crowd, but right. But even a lot of liberals, I mean, even some that I know, are like, yeah, well, you know, this is interesting. I mean, I think that
there seems to be tremendous optimism, and you're right. All but the hardcore hater left are just coming to realize that, you know, this was all crap, and what you learned in your Model UN class in the 9th grade isn't really the way things are.
Yeah, exactly. It's all over.
And you know, this is it. How dumb do you have to be? This is funny because I'm getting all this work done at the house, and here's the analogy. There's a guy that's got a pretty big YouTube site called The Lock-Picking Lawyer. He's got about 4 million subs. Pretty decent size YouTube channel. All right. His whole thing is he makes it look easy picking locks. All right. So I was talking to this guy today, the locksmith, putting some stuff for me. And we started talking about the lock-picking lawyer. He said, it makes it look easy. And I said, well, you know, real life, most things aren't that easy. And he said, yeah, you're right. It isn't quite like you see on TV, you know. So there really is a change.
Yes.
In the air.
And this time around, Trump knows.
People feel more positive, optimistic. Everybody wants me.
All right, Mike. I think I'm going to have to thank you for joining me.
Yeah, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, Mike. Be
All right,
well.
take
All right, take care. Okay. So I just wanted to, before I sign off here, um, I wanted to briefly get into the business of the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol. Because let me see if I can go live on TikTok. No, I can. All right, we're live on TikTok. I guess that TikTok has restored my live stream, so I'm going to just do a little live here before I sign off. I'm doing my usual live stream on Rumble, by the way, if you're joining me on TikTok. And we discuss issues of the day. Michael D. Shaw was my guest. He had to step out. He's got a lot going on. But I decided I'm staying on a little longer to talk about a few issues. By the way, you can join the program 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. And I just want to talk about the pardon of the 1,500 men and women who protested at the U.S. Capitol building, and how that has seems to be the only issue that the left and the uniparty and the opposition to President Trump, people who lost the last election, that they think they may get some traction with. And I want to address it because the fact of the matter is that they're not going to get anywhere with that. From a conventional standpoint, President Trump showed compassion. He showed decency. I don't know if anyone's seen some of these videos of these poor men who were tortured for 4 years in prison. In one case, one of them had his eye knocked out and kept in solitary confinement, meeting his dear beloved baby daughter for the first time, getting out of prison. And the girl is like, "Daddy is home." Made me cry. I felt like weeping when I saw that. These people were abused. This was a political, these hostages. I'm not saying they're as bad as the hostages in Gaza, but America had hostages. 1,500 people, not to mention people who actually had to do time and did a short sentence, people who committed suicide, like that Mr. Perno, young guy, committed suicide because he couldn't handle this horrible system that was prosecuting him. It's a terrible, terrible commentary on this country that this happened, that this Nazi-like jackboot approach to basically people who were doing nothing more than trespassing, and in many cases they didn't even know it, because the property of the U.S. Capitol was not clearly demarked on that day. They may have been standing on a piece of lawn that they didn't even know was part of the property of the U.S. Capitol. And people who went in were ushered in mostly by Capitol Police. And, one of the reasons they didn't want those videos released, and they still haven't released all of it, is because it shows them walking between the felt, rails and looking at the artwork. And they really were acting like tourists. And they were let in. Nobody had any weapons. And yet they've been abused. I think that this administration in the past, maybe they thought they could get away with it because they were so sure that they had destroyed the MAGA movement and Trump, that they felt that this could be their, their ability to finally, make an example and scare people, which they did. I think that had a lot to do with why more people didn't come out for the Trump inauguration this time. Can you blame them? And also by shutting down the media, including President Trump's Twitter account, and Parler and other sites, they felt that they could control the argument. They felt that they had the upper hand in terms of censorship, when they didn't, because people found other ways to communicate. And in spite of this massive campaign against President Trump, including attempts to shoot him, and they did shoot him, and bankrupt him and put him in prison for paperwork and bring up accusations that were ridiculous, he still won. Thank God he still did it. He did it with very little money spent, and they could not stop him. So I think that with all of these factors, we ought to put this event of January 6th in its proper context. Hi, Dominic. How are you?
What up, my guy? Charles, how you doing, my guy?
I'm good. What's up? Harry
Hey, you know-
Sisson for president? Seems a little soon to be running for president, I guess, but why not?
For president?
Yes, it says behind you.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Look, your background, it says Harry Sisson for president. Did somebody put that up there, or did maybe you did? I don't know. What's going on?
Charles, you trolling me, Charles?
No, I'm looking at the screen.
You sure?
Yes, I am positive.
Do you wear glasses?
I see what I see. Listen, maybe somebody else has put that over you and you don't know it. But if you record this talk and you watch it back, you'll see that you have a big sign behind you that says Harry Sisson for oh, wait a minute, you're right. Maybe I do need glasses. Harry Sisson for president.
There we go.
Okay. All right. I better get a new prescription. All right.
I was gonna say, I think we need a new prescription.
All right. I guess maybe I was fooled by the stars. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I think you're seeing something.
All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. Welcome to the program. A triumphal time as we count down the days, the hours, the minutes to the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, which is an earth-shattering event, politically, spiritually, economically, and in every other way.
You're
Michael
right.
D. Shaw is with us. Mike, first of all, give us a quick update on what's going on in California right now.
Well, one of the things that's helping is the winds are dying down.
Yeah.
And as we said last time, if any good comes out of this at all, it's going to be the complete dismantling of this corrupt Democratic machine that's been in total control here. And you're hearing it from the most unlikely places. You know, the big blue enclaves of Palisades, Malibu, Brentwood,
Yeah.
etc. Pasadena, for that matter. So, yeah, things are improving, but I'll tell you how it's affecting everything. There's been reports of outrageous price gouging already on
Right.
rental properties, which I think they're going to prosecute some of these people. We are closing on a new property, and I'm telling you, it's the first time in my life that I've been asked by the bank, is there any fire damage to your house? Thank God, no. But
Yeah.
can you imagine getting fire insurance out here is bad enough. Thank God we got it before the fire started for the new place.
Now, has anybody learned anything about improving fire prevention on properties? I mean, is there, methodologies? It's like after a catastrophe like this, there's often lessons learned.
Yeah, I think that's true. And the lesson learned, beyond the obvious stuff of cutting back brush, not cutting the budget of the fire department,
Right.
is that the political system has been a mess for 40, 50 years or more. And as I told people, my friends, it's very easy to be up on a hill in Palisades and talk about how you needn't call out the National Guard for BLM and Antifa. But I want to tell you, they were very happy to have the National Guard patrolling Palisades. And there were a number of well-heeled individuals that hired $2,000 per hour private fire crews to take care of their house. So, yeah.
I understand that the fire department was late in terms of responding to the Palisades fire. Something like I think it was like 7 or 8 hours after they should have responded. And if they had responded in a timely manner, it could have prevented a lot. It could have contained.
Absolutely. And of course, if the reservoir were full,
Right.
that would have helped. It turns out that reservoir had been empty since 2009.
That's strange.
So,
And also, the 3 lesbians who run the fire department, their main focus was DEI.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any background in fire handling. I mean, they were Harvard graduates, big deal. I mean, so they should go write books about diversity. You know, it's not like they actually know something about what they were doing. So I hope that people in California are becoming aware of that.
And as we said on the last show, go ahead and make the entire city government of Los Angeles all lesbians, but try to find some who are at least qualified in what they do.
Exactly. Let it be. I mean, I think this came up when Hegseth was grilled in Congress. He goes, "I'm not against women in the front lines. I just want to make sure that the standards are equally high, and that if a woman can meet those standards, I don't care who they are. We want to have people who can do this job of, in a fighting situation." So I think that came across, and I think that people are realizing that this idea of promoting people based on such, secondary, even if not irrelevant issues, there's a price to be paid for that. And unfortunately, California is paying it now.
Well, it's definitely paying it, but as happy as I am to see people come over from these areas who got red pilled, you have to ask yourself, it's sort of like Dershowitz. Dershowitz got red pilled at the age of 83? Okay, good for you, Alan. But where the hell were you for all those years?
No, I know. Although Dershowitz actually has often clashed with the left in that his big deal is free speech and civil liberties. So he doesn't seem to care left, right, or center on that. And he's been criticized for that over a long period of time. So the political situation is very promising.
Yes.
No matter what they do, I think that the left is not going to change. They're in the same rage state, and they'll probably remain there for the rest of their lives and for the next 4 years. They're going to try to ignore the inauguration, pretend, oh, well, it's Martin Luther King Day, and do other things. But it's not going to work because it's going to happen at 12 noon on Monday. No matter what they try to do, this could be their Nakba, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
It's really a launching. And Trump this time around, he's doing it very differently. He didn't wait to do the transition for the GSA to kick in with funds, and that would have brought him right up to a week or two before inauguration. He immediately set up his own transition group. He raised money from private donors and his own money, and he started to hire thousands of people, and he began the process. So no matter what they do, they're going to hit the ground running. Their attack on Hegseth and even on Pam Bondi was really pathetic and low.
Oh, the Pam Bondi thing was ridiculous. Did you see when Mazie Hirono started her questioning by asking Pam Bondi if she's ever been convicted of sexual assault?
Oh, today they asked Burgum. He's not even a controversial appointee. What's his attitude about sexual assault? It's almost like they've got some kind of a weird computer chip embedded in the back of their skulls. They're like a bunch of rabbits. And it was so nasty against Hegseth and the idea of that Kane from what a weaselly looking guy from Virginia bringing up Hegseth's 7-year-old daughter, and just really, they had nothing to say about military policy or anything of substance. It was all it was like reading a copy of the National Enquirer. We had to learn about his private life. Look, the man is a military, soldier on the front lines for 2 terms of duty. Generally speaking, that type of situation can lead to things like drunkenness and adultery. Let's face it. And, for them to rack him over the coals, or try to, he was brilliant, over
Well,
these
the other
personal
thing
matters.
that came out is this guy, I forget his name. You probably know Darren something, a big cartoonist for the Washington Post.
Yes,
Oh, you're
child
you're
porn.
not.
What was it? I mean, pedophilia.
Yeah, pedophile. He's arrested, but here's the point: many of his cartoons were lurid sexual reference cartoons
Yeah.
applied mostly to Trump. And sure enough, the guy's a pedophile. Now you're looking into Tim Kaine and the story coming out. Bongino's show said that he has on very, very good source that Tim Kaine had 3 nephews spend the night with him
Oh boy.
in a hotel when he was on some trip.
Yeah.
Tim Kaine is creepy. When I was living in Virginia, I just didn't like, you'd see his face.
Ugh, he looks like a rat, and it was very unpleasant. And another one, not to get.
He was Hillary's running mate, my friend. You remember
I
that?
know he was.
Yeah.
And while we're on the subject, not to get specific, but Adam Schiff is not exactly, pure as the driven snow. Let's just put it that way.
No.
So, and I think that it's all falling apart because Hegseth showed a strong kind of military bearing, and he just was very cool. As in, people are like shrieking at him. It was just so ugly and screaming at him. I mean, Elizabeth Warren, it was disgraceful. She's like, are you going to take a job in the military corporations after you leave? Never mind the fact that Lloyd Austin was head of Raytheon.
Yeah.
After he left the military, she didn't seem to ask that. And it was really tacky. I just don't think they landed anything on him. I think that it showed they're trying to set the template for how they're going to handle all the Trump people. Maybe they smelled blood because of Matt Gaetz, which he probably should not have left. But nevertheless, that's what they're going to do. I can only imagine what they're going to say about Kennedy. But I don't think it's working. That's all they have.
No, well, here's remember how this is all tied in with one of our favorite cliches, the model UN. All right.
Yes.
Because, and you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
If your entire, here they go. You know what? Can I switch off?
Yeah.
For now.
Sure.
Okay. See you later.
All right. No problem. So we're talking here, and by the way, we could take calls 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. I wonder if I should go live on TikTok. I don't know if they're going to be around much longer, and it might be too late for them to shut me down. But I do take calls live like I would with any radio show, and you can do that. Let me just see what's happening on TikTok. Yeah, we're good on TikTok.
Still on?
Yeah, we're still on. I just decided I'm going to go live on TikTok while they're still running.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, we're live on TikTok. So I don't think that it's working. I think that Pam Bondi stood up very well in questioning about whether or not the election was legitimate of 2020. Perfectly she didn't fold under that, which means that door is going to be opened, and we're going to get investigations on that. I think that we're going to finally put an end to the gaslighting that we've had to deal with for 4 years. 60% of Republicans do believe the election was stolen. They want to have like some kind of a swearing on the Bible. Oh, I don't believe it was stolen. That ain't happening because
it's not happening. And why does everybody forget? How many votes did Trump get? You probably know what, 75
million.
All right. So would you explain to me how Joe Biden got 81 million votes? Okay. And here's the thing, Chuck, we've been talking about this forever. Jumping the shark. All right. If you're going to cheat, don't make it so damn obvious. All right.
Well, right after the election, there was all this talk briefly amongst some Democrats. How could it be that Harris did not get this 81 million? What happened to 15 million voters? But you notice that they got awfully quiet about that after a while. They no longer bring it up because obviously those 15 million voters were fake. Anyway, I'm on YouTube today, so we have to still be careful.
Okay.
Biden's still in office, so this is still a verboten subject.
Well, let's go back to the Model UN analogy. I think what's happening and why you see this anger of these people, coupled with some of the lunatics in California, while it's all climate change, is because if you truly, truly believe in the Model UN, concept that whatever you learn in the 6th grade, 7th grade is the way life is, and you're finding it ain't like that, your head's going to explode if you want to keep believing it. And the chickens are coming home to roost on that. There's no question about it. How in the world does climate change affect the ignition point of wood? It's still over 400 degrees. Last time I checked, it's not quite that warm out there yet.
No, and even if climate change did have anything to do with it, that's not relevant. The fact is that government screwed up. They could have stopped or contained the fire, and they didn't do it. And they didn't do it because of their focus on things other than fire safety and doing their jobs. And I think that is going to possibly turn California red. People are really, we are.
It's a good possibility, yeah.
I predict that once Trump is in, we're going to see a major shift. They're dwindling in support. I predict that we're going to have probably a half a dozen representatives switch parties. I think you might have even a couple of senators like Fetterman apparently switch parties. You're going to have this dwindling, the same lies coming out of the media. Like, Lester Holt, even yesterday, Jack Smith's report, which is just his opinions. There's no basis that he still is talking about how Trump tried to steal the 2020 election. Trump tried to steal it, they think. This is part of their faith, but it's not flying. The American people didn't buy it. The question is, who tried to steal the election? Was it Trump, or was it the deep state and the Democrats and the Uniparty? And yet they continue to flat out lie. And I think that's why they've jumped the shark. I think that the mainstream media it has really taken a major hit. People don't look to it anymore. They don't look to it anyways. The media has changed. Media philosopher Marshall McLuhan predicted this back in the 60s, that basically the media would be, I just got a warning from TikTok. I don't know. What did I say? Was it Marshall McLuhan? They still have me on. I don't know. But he made the point that media, everything is media. He wasn't right about that, but he did point out that as media changes, once you have a new media, the old media falls apart, becomes much more kind of irrelevant, especially if it's a cooler media, not a hot media.
Yeah.
And that hot media is the major networks, because you just sit there like a receptacle and they tell you everything. Whereas the internet is a cooler media because you can interact with it and you can post things and you can talk back. And that's the new paradigm. So they're losing ground anyway. But on top of it, all the lies and all the gaslighting, starting with the pandemic, I think that's caught up with them. They no longer have the influence. It's obvious. They went through 4 months of attacking Trump, and it didn't work. It didn't even with all this censorship, it didn't work. And so now we're entering into an age of Trump, which is going to have worldwide ramifications. Already you see Sweden, Denmark, they're starting to deport people. They're starting to revoke citizenship for people who emigrated there under false pretenses. This is going to spread, and people are going to be required to go home, go back to their countries. There's going to be a tightening of this kind of unfettered and frankly illegal immigration.
Right.
The days of Merkel are over, and the days of whoever was running the Biden show is over.
Okay, but can you explain to me why these policies have to go into effect, have to turn into an unmitigated disaster, and then the light bulb goes off? Who could have predicted that
they
you
were
bring
deliberate
inflation-
disasters. This is a, they don't recognize national sovereignty. They don't recognize borders. They want to have a world order where nations become nothing more than names and provinces of some kind of an amorphous, unelected, international, quote unquote, scientific, illuminated ruling class. And it ain't working for them.
Well, it's not working for
People
them.
are
I'll tell
waking
you
up
something
all
else.
over the world.
Coming out of in the wake of the fires and people having to rebuild, they are trying to suggest to people you could get permits quicker if you want to rebuild as a higher density structure. You know,
Okay.
your old 15-minute city, that's not going to fly in Palisades or Malibu. I think that what's going to happen, Chuck? These people have to die off or what before these absurd ideas just
Well,
disappear?
they're not going to go anywhere. But the point is, they've been defeated, and they still don't recognize it, and they're just going to be put in remission. They're not going to stop Trump's cabinet. They're not going to stop RFK from looking at seed oil and the other things that have made everybody fat and given everyone heart disease. They're going to, it's coming. This is a new time. It's a time of honesty. We're going to have people who actually care about the welfare of the country. Bessent's testimony, the Treasury Secretary, they're talking about this idea of an external revenue service. It's brilliant. It's revolutionary. It goes back to the way this country raised revenue before the income tax was implemented. And Trump has been very articulate about it. He's like, instead of burdening the American people with all these taxes so that they have to support everything, why not put a charge on foreign investors and foreign importers and foreigners coming into the country? This country is a golden goose. I mean, they should pay a fee for that. So this is how the country raised revenue all the way up to, the World War I period. Some of the greatest presidents were high tariff presidents, including Lincoln and including FDR, by the way.
Yeah.
And this is
everybody wants to forget that part of it.
Exactly. No, he was very tight on imports, and it helped the economy.
He wasn't real big on immigration either.
Right, okay. That's right. And neither was Eisenhower with Operation Wetback.
Yeah.
So the point is that it's all coming down the pike, and it's really, I think we're here. I think it's too late for them to stop Trump. They can't stop him now. There were rumors that there was a national security issue going on. It hasn't materialized. God forbid it does. But putting that aside, it's all coming down on Monday at 12 noon, no matter what they do. Yeah. So I'm very excited about
all these little silly things of certain figures are not going to attend the inauguration.
Oh, who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
I mean, by the way, the important people actually are attending it. I mean, the Clintons are going to be there. Obama will be there.
Big Mike is not going to be there.
Big Mike won't be there, no. But it's really a time when the country is going to realign, and it's just they ain't going to stop it. It's just it's happening, and I like the way they try to quiz Pam Bondi about, are you going to prosecute Liz Cheney, and are you going to? And her answers were so brilliant. She goes, look, you're a lawyer. You know that I can't comment on a case I haven't seen the file for yet. You have to look at the file and decide whether or not there's criminality there before you make even a statement about something like that. She seems like a very serious person, and I think that she is going to look at those files. And if they do go after these people, it's going to be because they actually do have real crimes, not the kind of crimes that they made up to go after Trump and the J6 protesters. This is real stuff. So I hope that they do go after all of them. That would be a beautiful thing. That's called justice. They spoke for years. Oh, no one is above the law. Well, guess what? The shoe is going to be on the other foot now. So we'll see. You're right. No one is going to be above the law.
Do you think there are going to be any high-profile defections of Democrats to Team R?
Absolutely. Already has been. Elon Musk, he's a former Democrat. Kennedy, Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that you're going to see a lot of people, Zuckerberg even. I don't know if I trust him.
Okay, but I mean, actual politicians.
Politicians, yes, I do. I do think that you're going to have, once Trump's in and they see where the wind is blowing and they see that things are getting interesting, you're going to have at least a half a dozen Dems switch parties in the House, I think, and maybe one or two in the Senate, maybe on the state level. I don't know. I do think there will be. Yeah, I mean, because they want to get reelected. They're politicians, and they'll see that you can do it without, that the left doesn't have the kind of teeth it once had, where they can really rip at someone. What are they going to do? They'll put Rachel Maddow on, and she's going to be doing like full time. And what they're doing, it's like the National Enquirer. They're going to attack. Oh, this person cheated on his wife, and this is that. It's just so despicable and so low. They have nothing to say about how to govern. They've got nothing to say about their political philosophy. Instead, they're going to go to the lowest, and people aren't interested. And no one cares. It's personal matters.
Well, especially these days, with all the crap that's come out, do you really care, as you say, that Senator so-and-so is cheating on his wife?
Oh my God. And I thought that was Mark Wine Mullen. He's a congressman. He nailed it when he said, listen, how many of you senators and congressmen have come into the House drunk, like at night to cast a vote? You have. I've seen it. And how many of you guys have cheated on your wives? I mean, really? They want to go there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's, so I think that people see.
No, they're getting to the bottom of the barrel of the playbook. It isn't working.
No.
And the hubris was unbelievable. All right. They thought that they could just trot out Kamala Harris, and in 100 days she would defeat Trump. They weren't stupid in that sense. They knew she was an empty suit.
Yeah, but they did believe they could pull her over the line.
Yeah.
And I think they meant it. And they still think that they're going to use the same playbook to attack Trump. I don't know what else they have. They've tried to kill him. They've tried to arrest him. They've tried to put him in prison. They've tried to bankrupt him. They've raided his wife's underwear drawer with SWAT teams. What else can they do? It's over.
They don't know anything else. I mean, for those of a certain age watching the show, you remember a coach from Ohio State named Woody Hayes.
Yeah.
He had ways to win games back in the day, but the game of football, college football, was changing. And he didn't change. And he got more and more frustrated. And then he finally attacked an opposing player on the sidelines, and it was finally fired. The point is, he didn't change. He didn't adapt. He took out that old playbook from 1950, and it stopped working. Okay.
Yes. That's a good analogy, because I think that's where they're heading. Yeah. As things tighten up and as they continue to become more irrelevant, they're going to have a final miserable implosion of some sort. And I don't know what it's going to be, but
it's going to be the blame game. Okay. They're going to go after each other. All right. You're seeing that with the fires, that the mayor goes after the fire chief, and the fire chief's after some underlings, and the water department, and it's so.
Maybe we could have them all. We could put them all in some room somewhere and let them just duke it out.
Let them fight it out.
And sort of like a bunch of cockroaches on the bottom of a barrel. I'm sorry to be nasty, but
no, but that's I'm afraid what has to happen, and it's just all positive. I'll tell you, as you say, 12 o'clock, January 20th.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. And
it's going to be a beautiful
I'm sure that in your deep blue enclave out there, you've noticed even the bluest of the blue people secretly feeling a lot better.
Oh yeah. I mean, I spoke with a blue person this morning about this at length. And she was like, yeah, it's going to be interesting. She's kind of like not on, not this, if I talked to her a year ago, it would have been a different story. Even Governor Healy here, they're talking about left wing. She said that she said, I'm going to be on board with the Trump administration in terms of apprehending illegal alien criminals. And the day after she said this, the Boston Globe attacked her with an old story that they were saving. The Globe. This is how the Globe does it. This is how the left does it. It didn't matter. I mean, people are with her. If she wants to do that, she can change. She doesn't want to have a failure for an administration. Even if she's totally DEI.
Is the Globe going